Yeah, it's not short, you know? Um, to be fair, it's not supposed to be. Gives me time to get everything set up before the stream starts. I have no idea, Posty. We hate shorts. No, no hot dog water. I don't know what the fuck the spy is gonna do. It looks just kind of choppy. I think it's just gonna chop until like tomorrow. Maybe we see like a test at 420, but I doubt it. Stagflation Tuesday. Yeah. I mean, well the Fed reports at 2 p.m. on Wednesday, so I mean that'll be the most important thing today. I dropped my fucking espresso tamper on my toe this morning. It doesn't look good. I think Jen 23 calls for 300 are ready for grabbing. I assume you mean on GameStop. And I would say IV's a little high right now. It did not feel good. Days without an accident, 0 here at Pickle Financial. Same toe you dropped your water tower bottle on yesterday? No, no. Same foot. You need some steel-toed Crocs. Do they make those? That's quick. Good morning. Mind explaining the charts you posted in the Discord last night? I'm a little too smooth to grasp what they're saying. This is I posted the entropy for GameStop. Um, I mean, they've bottomed us out almost below, yeah, below where we were before we began the March run. Rather quickly, actually. And I think some of what we see in the cycle is them boosting the price back up in order to find a counterparty. So like when the entropy's bottomed out like that, it's probably pretty hard to find a counterparty, right? But you know, if they bump the price up a little bit, show some price improvement, it might be a little easier to find one. And so I think that's what they do, and then they enter their entropy swap and then slam the price back down before they cover. Explain like I'm 5 entropy. You know, if you search that like exact term, there's already a video for it on this channel. By coming back a little. Looking okay at like 215. Teledoc's moving up more. Up. SST weirdly up 3%. Didn't Rig have earnings this morning? How did they do? Doing like, what's going on here? Thank you, Torque. Rig revenue miss? Forward guidance is essentially the UK is already in an energy shortage. Okay. B of A said that if the S&P goes below 4,000, we'll see massive sell-offs in the market because the average price of the S&P where people bought was 42.30 or something. Okay, so if we fall below VWAP, market crash. Why do I get the feeling that that's not an accurate price? Hold on. Now I want to check. So if we go back pre-2020, let's say let's go back to September 18 before the average cost of the S&P over the last 2 years is 34.68. The average cost over the last year, so let's say Jan 21, is 43.17. So we're either already below or still way above. Can someone please explain what the fuck has been going on with Carr? Is that Avis? It's so it has like liquidity issues like DDS does. And no one's making an options market for it because it's so volatile. It's squeezed a couple times. It'll probably squeeze more times. It actually kind of looks like it's going to squeeze again. But the shares are very expensive, so it's hard to get a decent amount of leverage on it. That's kind of about it. Big pandemic short, and the shorts need to get out from underwater. Am I dumb? Why do people refer to the SPY? So you'll see more and more references the more you get into stocks to SPY prices or like S&P prices being like 4,200 as opposed to like 420, right? And this is because this is SPX. This is the actual index. This is the ETF SPY. SPY is an ETF, not an index. It's an ETF that tracks an index. The SPY is more liquid and thus more desirable to trade. It's mostly a psychological thing. All right. Oh man, these lights are burning my eyeballs today. Wait, there was something. What was that stock that I picked up last night that I wanted to look at today? Oxy's still looking good to break 60. Son of a bitch. Oh well. You get a badge or a patch when you become a bag holder? I don't think so. Oh, K9, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude. I appreciate it, man. Are AMD protective puts a bad idea? At the money or slightly out of the money? Mm, they're expensive. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to buy any because I have leaps, so I don't really care about the short-term price change. It's tricky. I suppose you could. What's the IV right now? I mean, they're not pricing in like a huge move on AMD. If you go out a week, they're not that bad. I suppose you could. Roe v. Wade might overturn how to hedge. I don't think there's a market for that. What's up, TV? Wooden building standing desk. I don't know. Soon, I think. Is the goal for holders to see a high pre-split or to hold after and see where the price goes? I mean, you can do both. Have you ever been so wrong about anticipated price movement of a stock that you've questioned what you actually know about anything? Oh, yeah. Sometimes you're just wrong. It'll happen. It happens to everyone. I mean, trading is essentially calculated gambling, right? And the idea of something going the way you don't expect will happen. That's why you that's why you take a limit. That's why you limit your risk. Point the light at the wall behind your desk and turn it up as bright as possible. It should light you up just fine. Hmm. Don't know about that. These walls aren't very reflective. Why do Fed minutes always come out at 2 p.m.? That's their schedule? Alright, interesting, Lord Baka. I don't think there's a lot of publicly traded abortion clinics. You're wrong about rig. Oil is a passing fad. I mean, it's not like I have a lot of money invested in rig. 1K people watching and only 300. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. Thank you. It'll work. You only lose a few minutes of time, right? I suppose. I'll try it later. I don't want to move everything around right now. Not since the big corporations bought out abortions are us. I have to click my alerts to find the streams. I'm probably shadow banned again. It lasts for a few weeks usually. My craving for degeneracy cannot be satisfied, so I decided to ignore your not financial advice about playing earnings. Cheers to Chig Puts. Chag? Did Cheg tank? Nice. Oh, big time. Congrats, dude. How does the Supreme Court decision affect Batman Baby? I don't think it does. It's not very funny. It's a massive step back in basic human rights in our country. It's also not a decision yet. Yeah. As someone who can't believe that we've allowed the number of babies to be born that we have, I can't say I support the opposite side of that. Exactly, Pop Cern Trader. We just need to stop procreating entirely. There really don't need to be any more of us. Yeah, we shouldn't have division in the country like that. Cloud9. No, 18-year-olds are still stupid. You have to extend it further than that. Evans, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
So let's just have another civil war, right? That worked out so well the last time. I love that the people that want the civil war the most didn't fare that well the first time around. They have more guns now. Who gives a shit? My brother Green Beret literally laughs in the face of anybody here is talking about an armed conflict against the government. Prohibited the purchase of surplus armored vehicles because they threaten Deere's monopoly on tractors. I've been busy with work recently, so I have to watch the uploaded clips instead of hang out and stream. Did you end up getting into any GME calls yesterday with entropy being so low? Oh no, I'm still waiting. I don't think we've nearly bottomed out. I mean, we're still very early in like our OPEX. If we're gonna assume that, we're going from March to June, we're like here. And the best buy point is usually somewhere around here. So, we've got some time. Yeah, the lines are a bit thick. I gotta fix the epic pen. Win Nespresso collab. If Oxy, Wheat, and X keep moving up, I would be sticking rich. I mean, that's the idea. Do you continue to show the entropy chart in the daily, please? Probably not. But I'll update it if there's any changes. I'm never gonna give up coffee. I feel like mid-late May due to theta decay. What? Oh yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Deep out of the money calls. Between now and forever. I got it. I mean, you can buy leaps, but if you're buying anything shorter term, then you're gonna have to deal with like a lot of theta decay before we see any significant price improvement. You're really not expecting anything this week. Tomorrow is Star Wars Day and then Astronaut Day with all of Cohen's weird connections and comments. We really think this won't be much? Not at all. Like every other super stonk hype date, I think it will be complete horseshit. At least I've gotten a few of them right. Fucking Bastille Day all over again. Um, nope, not Shadow Band, just less funny. I'm kidding. I didn't see your other comment, man. Yeah, I think we're gonna see a small bump, Dork. Also, we have the like FTD kind of pile up period coming up. Towards the end of this week, it should start. Same thing we saw happen from like Feb 8th through 16th. That overlap in ETF and MM FTDs. The heck is an OPEX? I wrote a DD about it. It's called Wiking Off for OPEX. It's in my Reddit profile. Wasn't there just one like a few days ago? Didn't they have some other hype date like 420? Remember, we were going to the moon on 420. I mean, some people did, I'm sure. Just liking the stream and saying what's up. What's up, man? Can you press the mouse? You can press the mouse button if you want to. I got the notification set up, and I haven't sold any CCs this week because of time. Noted. Do you follow BBY Entropy as well? I don't know. Oh, similarly in line, linear correlation, anti-correlation, come and go. It looks like. Okay. Give me BBY volatility is anti-correlated. Yeah, I mean, outside of Cohen's buy-in, they look pretty similar. Hmm. Hey, look at that. That was a fun $5 bounce. The spy's doing a thing. Hmm. Interesting. Gonna do some XRT covering today. Congratulations, 85 and $90 AMD holders. All that sweet, sweet Reddit karma. No, it doesn't. Dick's back to 20 fast, I hope. Um, hmm. Yeah, we'll see. cat doing a big move too. All right. T-Doc moving again. Stocks are ripping. Yeah, they're doing a little bounce. Just buy Blockbuster. Look up that video. Just type in entropy explain like I'm 5 in the YouTube. Or look at my post history on Discord. I've been bag holding AMD since somebody said $100 is cheap. Like a week. You waiting till tomorrow to get into calls? Oh, I'm not buying any calls probably this week at all. Maybe like towards maybe Thursday, but probably not. Thursday's only up if the market is up, right? Yeah. My BBBY $15 weekly is gonna print. They could actually. I think BBBY is gamma neutral is still below delta. Yeah, delta neutral at 1950. If it crosses 1778, it's gonna do some fun stuff. Rig looking better. Cool. I was afraid I was gonna lose all 300 of my dollars that I have invested in it. How big of a swing do you see happening in AMD post earnings? Depends on how good earnings are. Oof. Bull trap. And everything goes back. It's a trap. If market tanks today, JPOW make money printer burr. If it runs today, JPOW make quantitative tightening. Ouchie, ouchie. I think we'll just be kind of volatile today. Maybe a test of like 420 or 4200 on the SPX. But mostly just volatility, right? Because tomorrow's going to be flat as a pancake until 2 o'clock. Later, old mayo guy. You were saying that you could see GME hitting possibly 98. I mean, that's its low support. 98 and 93 are like the big downside resistances after it falls through 107. Hmm. I'd love some GME at 98. Yeah, me too. Although they might be a little more careful dropping the price that low again. That didn't work out so well for them last time. I see GME at 70 again. I don't know. Maybe. I think if anything, the better strategy here would be to not drop it that low again, right? Keep everybody waiting for it. You know, drop it low enough that everybody expects the downside, but never actually slam it down into like the 80s and 70s. Just keep it, you know, like that to prevent the buildup of long positions. Because if they drop it down to 80 again, you know, call volume is just going to go through the roof. Jimmy falls through 100. Would that imply March action was a new Wyckoff pattern and started phase A at frags, and ST was at 78 to start phase B, and we're moving towards a spring. Yeah, that's. I mean, if GameStop's and they kind of are. If GameStop cycles are a more consolidated version of accumulation and distribution that occur on a much faster time frame, then yes. Or this is the real spring test for GME Wyckoff. I mean, you could have said that about literally every single fucking every single cycle, Stefan. If that were the case. Why don't you stream this on Twitch? The emotes are I don't know. I didn't set up cross streaming. I'm saying it about this cycle though. Okay, well, the last 6 times it hasn't panned out that way, so is this a buy the rumor, sell the news type thing because of earnings? I mean, your calls are going up because IV's spiking and the price on AMD went up a bunch. But the price is low. Why don't people load up on 125 calls? I don't think, well, first of all, 125 calls for June probably wouldn't print. Um, and they're $1,100 each. $1,400 each. 15. Certain reported quarter one adjusted earnings Tuesday 8.9 diluted share, up from 76 a year earlier. I mean, is that going to affect their stock price at all, though? Because of the buyout? SPY below 400 tomorrow after 2 p.m. It depends on what the Fed says. I mean, that's kind of what they do, Bob Vance. It's just still going. Thinking about straddling the SPY? Yeah, maybe tomorrow. X coming up a little bit today. BTU up 4% today. How much do you think Ivy will drop off after AMD earnings? I might need to cut my ouchies today on July's. I mean, there'll be IV crash. Probably. Somewhere between an 11 and a 20% move down. CPI data coming out tomorrow? I thought it was just the Fed meeting. Was that little pump the only jump we're going to see on GME today? Probably. Or at least probably the largest one we'll see on GME today. Does TDOC not have resistance until 50 because of the gap? Or do you consider some percent below the top of that gap. I mean, there's resistance, but it's way further back. So it's like back here and like 48. 48 and 50, there's resistance to the upside. Still holding SSD? I mean, just because like selling the calls isn't worth the like $30 I'll get back. I don't think it's like a play anymore though. Cat looking pretty bullish right now. So sell AMD calls since IV is going to crush, or still hold June calls through earnings. I mean, do you think earnings is going to be good or bad? So you're asking, that's all you're asking me. It's a question I can't answer. I don't have any inside fucking information. If you know if earnings are going to be good or bad, you're probably trading on inside information. But has the market priced in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial? I don't know. Do you think Melvin unwinding its fund might have an effect on GME if he's still holding a bag of excrement? Possibly, although they haven't reported GameStop as one of their holdings for a few quarters now. AMD rockets to 105 after earnings. Could that outweigh the IV crush? Probably not. It would depend on how fast it moves and on how much volume. I mean, there'll always be some IV crush. If you buy calls far enough out or have calls far enough out, they'll be far less affected. My brother just sold his company for 130 million, and I mean, while I'm broke as fuck, and my only hope is a super rare, unlikely market event. Just get some money from your brother. You guys not close? If I made $130 million, I'd fucking give my brother $1 million. Where's Carl? I don't know. Not his babysitter. You think July 15, 2022 GME calls are far enough out to maximize profit? I mean, they should be, but buying them now is a bad idea. I have CCs out. I'm not concerned about them at all, Mr. Finch. Yeah, IV builds up as expectations for earnings increase and market makers price in moves in the underlying. And then when those aren't realized to the same extent as the amount of speculation that occurs, the IV drops rapidly. Things could get weird. I'm not going to ask for anything. Fair enough. Although that big water bottle was what pumped the SPY at the end of the day. What are your CCs for? I think I have them out at 150 and 135. Count max pan still 220, so we're looking good for a 220 test at least. I mean, maybe. I don't know if we'll get it this week, but it looks possible. The SPY is coming back a little bit. Double bottom. Did you say we're underperforming the SPY today? Yes. Why is it that my gut always tells me to close my CCs earlier for less profit? But when it's time to close my calls, my gut says it will run more and leave it open. I mean, it's the same fear in different directions. Have more confidence in your plays and your price targets. Don't be greedy. Okay, fair enough. Be greedy, but don't be overly greedy. Anything weird on buying SQQQ or TQQQ options? What do you mean, anything weird? Obligations being created? I mean, they were yesterday. No, I don't have a set percent I try to achieve when buying calls. I just follow the trend. But I'm also, experienced at doing that. If you're not very experienced at following trends and moving your stop losses, then you should probably just have a specific target in mind and sell at that point, regardless of what the stock does afterwards. What does your portfolio look like outside of your planned swing day trading money? I have like Palantir, GameStop, like for like long term holdings. I have Apple, I have Tesla. Um, have Amazon now. You know, say you're trading a $25,000 account, right? Your goal is to make 1 or 2% a day, right? And then that's compounding. Anytime you have a position that's green or in the money, you should be considering taking profits. I mean, not if it's like up 0.1%, right? But, you know, if you're up like 3 to 10%, you've made money on your trade. Is it a good stock for CCs? It doesn't generally have very good IV. It's a good stock for selling CSPs because it's usually pretty stable. That's your goal. I mean, you're not going to hit that every day. I mean, options are leveraged, right? So you're looking to make well, you want to make more on them, ideally. And the risk is the premium. So, you know, if you're not spending 100% of your capital on premium, you can be a little more lax with your risk there. Up and green. What do these words mean? You think we've hit the high for T-Doc for the day? I mean, it kind of still looks good. It's a head and shoulders here, but it's ascending. And it didn't break down a lot, right? So, I mean, if it holds that trend, it'll probably see another test of 40. Thanks, not sure. BTC declared legal tender in the US. Probably never. I mean, anytime you enter a trade, you should have a defined risk, right? Like the point at which no matter what, you're gonna sell because you don't want to take the risk of the price being below that point, right? Now things can change and you can redefine that when you get more experience, you know, you can follow through to lower supports and stuff like that. You can average down, but you know, generally, you know, if you enter the trade here and it falls here to your risk, you sell. And if it hits your price target, you sell. It's not very complicated. I mean, at the most basic level. Just over speculation, over valuation. It was trading at like a massive PE ratio. So it makes sense with the pandemic speculation winding down. I still talk about GME all the time. It's just not doing anything today. Just, today's just going to be flat for GameStop. It's already extremely low volume. Probably trading between like 118 and 116 for the remainder of the day, unless we get another big push in the market. FTDs aren't very high today. Have a look at Rig. Is it doing cool things? I know they missed earnings expectations. Oh, it's hitting $4. Nice. Although I think oil's just moving up today because my Oxy position's up as well. Like everything's just doing pretty well today. Discipline is challenging for people. Yeah, it's just the psychology that you have to ignore. And things like, you know, stops and like limit orders on your profits can go a long way to helping you manage that until you have more a lot of what you need for trading is market exposure, and a lot of you have gotten that with GameStop, right? Been exposed to one of the most volatile stocks ever over the last year. So you know, you just need more time and more experience and more practice, and people need to paper trade and stop risking real money when they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Even only 5% a week compounding for a year is 12.6x the principal, which is not terrible. It's not. If I could guarantee hit of 5% trade every week of the year, I would be very happy with just that. Wheat dying. I mean, it's fucking like the same price it opened at. It's moved down 17 cents. This is like a 6 month, at least 6 month longer window, right? 4 month longer window. I represent that. Reactions to other people's overreactions are the best. So people get so like they're like, ah, it's fucking dead. It's down like 17 cents. Man, I should have fucking bought this the other day. I knew it was gonna bounce. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy any of it. Son of a bitch. 12. 295 options. Closest strike is May. Oh well. Chase. I mean, I think the biggest problem is a lot of people are scalping, right? So when you scalp, your risk conditions are different, right? You're trying to enter and exit immediately during the period of a run, and the problem is you're buying into, especially if you're scalping options, you're already buying into high or elevated IV, right? And if this hits a resistance and turns around, you're immediately fucked. Like your position's already down like 50%. Even if it just hits the same price you bought in at, right? So it's, you don't want to, this is why I don't like scalping. You want to get in before the price moves, not after it does, ideally. There's some opportunities to scalp that are better than others, but there's certain conditions that you're looking for in that. And you still want to be in early, right? You don't want to be late in the run. Like you don't want to buy in here. You still want to buy in like here if you're trying to scalp something. Scalping, is it better to buy more or less theta? Less. You don't need theta, right? You're only in the play for like a few minutes. Oh, cars like in the middle of like a weird squeeze situation, but it's like DDS, right? There's no liquidity in the options chain. Yeah, I hope it keeps pushing too. I have a bunch of rig calls. What's your price target for AMD in the next couple months? Next couple months? I mean, it's hard to say. It's worth like $160 a share. Um, I'd be pretty happy if it came back up to you know this resistance again from earnings, which is at like 102, 103. Thoughts on X? What about it? They beat earnings. They're hanging out at a fairly cheap price right now. I think we're right on resistance. Yeah. I expect it'll probably recover in this range before moving up. We need to see, I mean, before you start to see a lot of value come back into it, you're gonna need to see, more demand on commodities, which will happen if the market tanks. No obvious display of the plunge protection team. Jesus fucking Christ. Probably probably just put buyers taking profits and market makers unhedging. Every day Girk regrets more and more mentioning the PPT. I really do. I just thought it was like a fun aside, and now it's become like this whole fucking thing. Is Veru really getting interesting? I I would say that the opposite is kind of true. When vacation? Oh, I don't do vacations. No, there was this day on the SPY like a couple months ago. Um, where was it? An hour. I don't even know if we can see it on any normal time frame. Oh, here it is. So the SPY hit like 304 or 364 and then immediately bounced. And so I wrote about the plunge protection team in my daily DD. I mean, really, what this was like a massive gap down, right? Um, just because the bid got slammed too hard. And then when the clearinghouses stabilized the price, and it just continued to trade. But ever since I wrote like about the plunge protection team, it's been this whole fucking thing over on Superstonk. And they act like the Fed is preventing the market from crashing, and they want the market to crash because they think that means GameStop will short squeeze, which is fucking stupid. But so what do you? I don't have millions to spend. If I did, I would spend it on making more millions. What amazed me is after you mentioned it, how it got widespread over the whole of the internet. Ugh. Absolutely not, Stefan. How are you going to use your newly acquired Amazon shares? I mean, I'm going to sell covered calls on them. Why wouldn't a crash trigger a short squeeze? As hedge funds' assets become worthless, surely they couldn't liquidate enough to afford to keep shorting the stock. I mean, first of all, it's not very expensive for them to short GameStop. It's tiny in comparison to their assets under management. Secondly, they're net short. How is a market crash bad for somebody who's net short? So they're going to be cash rich as fuck if there's a market crash. They'll have more money than the longs, right? That's I mean that's how like market crashes work. The net shorts win. Net longs lose. Because at the bottom, the net shorts are cash rich and the longs are asset poor. And then the net shorts buy the long positions. That's why people don't like crashes. They upset the balance of power. I mean, it's just basic math. It's not like a complicated concept here. Can anyone learn the scale of trading? I have no math background, economic background, and have basically survived on my looks, which are fading fast. Do you think I could learn? Sure. SS seems to forget the hedge part of hedge funds. I know. Well, that's because for so long they thought that hedging didn't occur. Because hedging wouldn't be good for a lot of their narratives, right? Like, oh, the short hedge funds are losing money every day, and things like that, and like, and they do on the position, but not on the rest of their positions. Do you think put shorts make more money? No, I said they're more cash rich at the bottom. Net longs just pull money off the table, right? So come like Vanguard, BlackRock, Fidelity, all the big long players, right? First of all, they're hedged. And they buy other shit, right? They buy like properties and they plow money into other assets during times of economic turmoil. Not to mention they all have enough money to keep the market afloat while they move their assets around. Yeah, it can cause share recalls. It can cause changes in risk profiles. We've explained in the past how a crash could cause share recalls or reduce prime lending that could help a squeeze, but Jimmy would drop like a rock first. Yeah. Is State Street net long? Yeah. Most of their interest in stocks is ETF holdings. Short hedge, SS think short hedge funds only position is in GME. I know. If you have leaps, get in the money, but don't have the cash to exercise, is it possible to only exercise a part of the 100 shares? Yes. You can call your brokerage and ask to sell to exercise. You could just sell the contract and buy shares, buy as many shares as the contract value allows. So what's the play for GME now? If the stock split doesn't live up to expectations, then we really have no new ideas or ways to fight back on this. I mean, if the stock split doesn't live up to expectations, everyone will have a lot more shares, and you can sell covered calls till the company does something that makes it worth more money. The original investment thesis on GameStop, that it's a good company that's undervalued and are doing things that will create shareholder value in the future, that it's an investment. By cash, I mean one DTE SPY options. SPY's just doing weird shit to the chop, right? So an FTD overlap begins later this week. Will either potentially test resistances around 130, 140, or will test 107 support by end of week, depending on if market happy or sad. I would say that if we do run based on the overlapping FTDs, it's not going to be in excess of like probably 132. Maybe we see like 130, like 135 ish, but that's kind of a stretch. And then yeah, if the Fed comes out more hawkish tomorrow than expectations, and we don't see a rebound in the S&P, then we're gonna see we're gonna see the market, and we see the market fall. We're definitely going down below our current support at 113. Hopefully those FTDs will protect us a little from that, but it takes longer loading a web page or your browser extracting and uploading every last little iota of data that they possibly can to their servers for sale to marketing companies. I would say that the data extraction takes longer. You look at the AMD chart and say crime for me. Perfectly normal. I once knew a jurisprudence fetishist. He got off on technicality. Thank you, rotting potatoes. Those 125s for GME are pretty expensive. Is it even worth playing these FTDs? I mean, sure, if we go up. Odds are we see money move into them a bunch if tomorrow's Fed news is bearish. Hawkish, but sure. It'll take time, but yeah, I mean value stocks, and once money starts to come back into the market, right? Cash is a position too. And they're pulling out and building up their cash positions because they expect cheaper prices, right? And so they're pulling money back from everything. We've seen, all the negative beta things like gold, silver, oil, all of these have lost value over the last couple of weeks too. Um, and commodities. But when they redeploy those assets, and over here you have growth, tech. Um, they're gonna, depending on the market conditions, they're gonna redeploy them into these assets: commodities, gold, silver, oil, value stocks, and that's kind of like a sector shift, and that's what they'll want to be invested in for whatever upcoming economic uncertainty there is. And GDP came in negative 1.4%. If that happens for another quarter, we are officially in a recession. That is the definition of one. So if we're moving into a recession, yeah, the investment capital is going to move into commodities and value stocks. So the time to buy them is when they're cheap. because we can, if you want to look at the last recession and you want to look at things like, let's take a look at like Oxy, right? Oxy, big oil company. So a period between like 2008 and 2012, and Oxy's trading from like 82 up to like 113. We can look at X during that period. Here's 2008. Peaking, the initial rush during the market crash into steel was kind of nuts. But then even afterwards, from early 2008 through 2012, trading between 40 and $63. Coal, I don't know if this company was around back then. They were, yeah. So the market crashed almost immediately after they went public. And then, they hit from a low of 15 in the crash, 80, 72, and performed pretty well up until, later into the recession, at which point prices fell off. Gold, same deal, you know, uh, from the point of the crash, climbing up until it hit its peak in about 2011. Um, so and value stocks too. You look at things like Kroger, right? And Kroger doesn't actually overperform in a crash. It just tends to be very stable. So some of these value stocks, they're not being invested in for their performance. They're being invested in because it keeps money safe. But we didn't have not hyperinflation. We don't have that now either. But we didn't have a lot of inflation then. So Kroger is a little bit of both. It's stable in the event of economic decline, and it profits from high inflation. The tax consequences, it's the same. From the moment a contract is exercised, that's when your ownership of the shares begin. I think oil is going to continue to climb into the summer. With AMD PE more than 2x that of the SPY, I would suggest could see a move down for earnings. No, I mean, not if they do well on their earnings. There's a reason they're trading at that, right? And they just have to beat Intel's earnings, which shouldn't be hard. Dovish, Frank. When I tell people I'm long Oxy, they think I have a drug problem. Kroger a good candidate for wheeling? I don't think so. I don't know what its IV looks like right now. Not really. AMD is going to be strange because they have earnings and also Fed minutes the same day. Yeah, I agree. What's up, dude? Another excellent day to watch GME. I mean, it's going to the right a lot. Hmm. Please explain the Fed tomorrow. No one knows what rates they're going to push forward. So if there's no increase, so it's kind of a battle between, what the Fed says they're going to do and what they actually do. And the Fed wants it this way. Because they stand to be able to control equity prices and the market to a degree. So they can say, we need more aggressive rate increases, right? And then the market reels and it's like, oh no, and so the market drops. And then they come out and they're like, oh, well, we only went up 0.25. And then, the market bounces back because that was already priced in. And by doing that in a very controlled way, they can take all that over exuberance, and this is like more economic monetary theory. But they can take all of that over exuberance that's run the market for the last year and temper it, right? Until actual growth catches up with over speculation. And then, the market can once again be bullish. Instead of, just having a full on crash that prompts speculation. So landing upwards, I mean, still just kind of sideways and down, but sure. No problem. Where are my spy calls never updating? I was like, I should definitely be up more than fucking negative $3 right now. I'm gonna set a stop. I know everything's pushing up. Actual growth catches to the year 2500. Well, it has the effect of reducing speculation and generating fear also, right? So it works on both sides. Yay. Free money. You think May 20 ZOM 95s? I mean, it's doing pretty well today. 95's a bit speculative. When was the last time? A while. Never? I mean, it's already at all-time highs. Sure, it can go up if oil keeps going up, though. Oh, fucking wheat looks so good right now. Look at that shit. Quick $100 on call, S&P call, no big deal. Hey Girk, longtime commenter, first time listener. Do you want some CERN puts at my cost basis? One time deal only, don't miss out. I'm okay, thanks. As long as you have the money to cover the strike, you can sell it. Yeah. So you need 100 times the strike in cash. Also, remember that if you are actually assigned on a cash secure put, you can just sell the shares. Say you sell a CSP and you collect like a $3 premium, and the price falls to your strike at expiration. Say your strike is like $15, right? And you get called away and you're out $1,500. And Monday, the market opens at $15 with your 100 shares in your possession. You can just sell those, and you still made the $3 per share. You don't need to stay in the position. You don't need to sell covered calls. You can just sell the shares you're assigned, and then you don't have to worry about it and get your money back. I mean, I think everyone's just buying it below 10 Rex. My broker's currently blocking wheat. Yeah, there's a couple that are. Sure, you can, but then why have your capital stuck in a stock? Like if you're wheeling something, it's not because you want to own the underlying, really. It helps if you want to own the underlying. Thought it was only one. No, it can be like October. Remember the anomalies that we were tracking back in October? And we had this one. Well, we had several, right? Out until they started shorting it. And this is when they began shorting with XRT. Then they got scared from the BBBY buyback and covered a whole bunch of their obligations here. But this is on Henganashi candles, but you can see it better on regular candles. So we had these were these higher price point days. These were our FTD spikes that we saw through October. And these were big days. Some of them I think we moved like $15 on a few of these. Unless you buy Amazon at 2,700. Yeah. I mean, I didn't buy Amazon at 2,700, right? I had puts. Or at least I didn't spend $270,000 on it. Okay, well I did, but not out of money that I had previously to that. So it wasn't like I took a $300 a share loss on buying Amazon. Still not a great deal though. I'm willing to trade my CERN position for your 100 shares of Amazon. Definitely not. Yeah, I'm in leaps. Primarily, I also have October or September, August. I have them kind of scaled out, but I have so I have or July, October. So I have July and October's are the leaps for this, by the way. So I have leaps out here at 10, 11, and 12. I have July's at 9, 10, and 11, and then I think I still have a couple Junes at 12 that I never got rid of. These are kind of underwater. Did I get rejected there? A little bit. I guess I could have held a tiny bit longer. This still looks bullish. Is this a short position on AMD synthetic? Yeah. Also, probably built up since the last reporting period. Remember, if shorts are reported here, and then you build up a massive short position and cover it before they're reported again, no one's the wiser, right? Do you think Jimmy will head towards 75 before running back up again? I think we have some potential to run up a little bit until like May 19th. They're today. Dominic. I didn't say AMD earnings are tomorrow. They're today. I think Amazon would get back up to the thousands after the split in a few years. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, probably just DMM. Also, just buying and selling, right? Churn, high frequency trading. Amazon back to 1,000 post split is impossible. Jimmy's gonna take over, remember? Oh, Jesus. I've seen the copy pasta too. About how Amazon is going bankrupt and GME is gonna take over e commerce. No sell, no sell. Ooh, nice. What kind of earnings bump has AMD seen in the past? um, let's look. So their last earnings, the price went from a low of 99 to a high of 133. And then the earnings before that, it went from 120 to 164.46. I think the SPY could fail here. I mean, this is technically a breakout, right? But yeah, if volume doesn't come in to support the breakout, it'll fail. Did you think anything of Trimbath's tweet about Citadel seeking financing? I didn't see it. Monthly cost is finally reflecting the 5K I spent online for patio furniture and planters over the weekend. What the fuck? Any of you guys that decided to play AMD earnings, be ready to take profit fast if it goes your way. The Fed could crash that party tomorrow. Yep. I don't remember Citadel needing financing. I haven't seen anything about that. wanting financing and needing financing are very different things. People seem to have a very conservative take on how like corporations manage money. You don't spend your own fucking money. You don't invest your own money, and you don't spend your own money. You spend other people's money. You think July 15 calls is a good date? I mean, yeah, but I wouldn't buy them right now. You're just paying for theta you're not going to use. Why? I mean, I guess if you want like to just set it and forget it, sure. Hmm. Debating selling the rest of my AMD position for now. Sold half around 150 and have held the rest so long my cost basis is still 19, despite averaging up. Yeah. I mean, you really think sub 100 is a great time to sell? I also sold at 150 and 125, but I'm not probably gonna sell the rest till like I see like 180. I'll wait though, I don't care. Are you currently selling CCs? I have some that expire this Friday, but I'm taking a break till after that. Are you looking at call buys before Mayo picks? Some. Price target for your May 20 calls. I have calls for 212 and 217. 212.50, 217.50. May 20 calls. What's the reason for the break in CCs for the next few weeks? Because I think we're gonna see price increase due to March OPEC's FTDs. I need to eat something today. Feeling sluggish. And there isn't a lot of depth to covered calls and cash secured puts. I know like everyone's like very excited about them, but they're pretty fucking simple. They are low risk and very basic options contracts. It's all good, man. I think as long as, rate increases aren't extraordinary tomorrow, I think we'll see a little bit of bullishness return to the market. You can just wait for the split to get more shares. Day trading GME is very risky. Difficult and capital intensive. If you want to day trade to make money for GME, there's better stocks to do it on. Happy birthday, Grease Nipples. The rates are priced in within, well, the rates are overpriced in, right? But yeah, QT details will matter a lot as well. How do we even know you're wearing pants right now? You don't. What are some stocks that are easy to day trade? Shit like Ford, TQQQ, GE. Apple's pretty easy to day trade generally. Grease Nipples, thank you so much for becoming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate it, dude. You elaborate on the haircuts? I don't think they'll affect the shorts at all. Not to any significant degree. Just de-risking that asset class's collateral in the market. De-risking exposure to that asset class. If you had to start all over again with 50K, what would you trade and invest in? I would wait till we get an actual recession and then buy shit at the bottom. You think Tesla has highest risk to reward for day trading options? I mean, yeah, it does. Probably the highest. Spy's up there. Any of the big mega cap companies, though, generally have like very large dollar moves, right? Like Amazon's low, if you bought like the low at market open and sold at the peak, that's a $60, $64 move. These require you have a lot of money. But the returns are better. TGT ups. Starting to, yeah. I'm targeting this like 235 resistance for my next buy-in. I want to confirm the bounce, but I already have limit orders ready. There might be another good chance to buy into Sherman-Williams soon. What's today doing? Maybe it's missed. Actually, I wonder if I want to roll these up and out. It's kind of risky. I'll just hold them. Yeah, Bobby's looking okay for today. What defines a stock that's good for day trading options? Something that has large notional value moves and a liquid options chain. Which tends to just be like the SPY a lot of days. If you're just day trading, I mean, most people that scalp options or day trade options use the SPY and the QQQ. Yeah, ES futures. I don't like minis, but like I'm not a big fan of e-minis. I think the bids, like the bid ask pricing, like the spreads are disadvantageous. I mean, isn't XLF just gonna rip soon? Like, why would you be short the banks? Dork. Rates are going up. That's just good for them. Matter of fact, this might just be a good time to buy into them. Although, I don't like doing it through XLF. I'd rather just buy the stock. Have you ever blown up an account? No. I've blown up positions, but they were never all of my account. Best way to make money on flat GME. Strangles. I guess. What's their ticker? Are you just talking about like the sub index? I've blown up hundreds of paper accounts. Hundreds and hundreds of paper accounts. But that's because I would do things like try to start them with like $250 or $500 and see how far I could get them. Like a video game. Credit defaults going back up, mortgage demand going down, evictions, foreclosures back on the rise. Soon banks will be sitting on a bunch of houses with negative equity. Yeah, but rate increases. Like, as long as they keep loaning money, they're good, right? And they have shitloads of liquidity right now. What do you think they keep stuffing in the RRP overnight? What you'll see is easing of loan restrictions, I think, over the next 2 years. They'll just start fucking loaning money to anybody soon. Then we get to see 2008 over again, but that takes some time. 5 years? Don't worry, as soon as everyone can get loans, they'll all FOMO into those negative equity assets, right? This is like '08, but more structured. Think of it like '08, but they have a plan now. What's the furthest you've ever gotten one of those $250, $500 accounts? They have like they have like well, for me, the success rate for $500 accounts was like 8%. To get them to 20, the goal was to get them to 25,000 so they could be traded on properly. But only 8%, and I think I did it like 100 times. What? You sell the strangle, Volga. So you sell CCs, and then you use the credit to buy covered calls, or use the credit to sell cash secure puts. So you're collecting premium from both sides while the price stays flat. It helps with a margin account because, then you can margin the credit. Success rate for $1 million accounts, it's actually impossible to lose money if you're even semi, like, as long as you have the IQ of an acorn, you should be able to pull it off. Nice, Farmer Jed. I just stopped when they hit 25,000. Where do you see Apple end of day? Hmm. It could test 160. But probably not. If I were day trading it, I'd be out at 160 though. Actually, I probably would have been out here. But if I were to try to buy this bounce, this is a double bottom here on the like EMA 60. Um, this would be like a potential buy signal if it breaks the 30. Although it may not. What are those on? Yeah, this would be like a buy signal, and then your target would be like 159.17. God, I don't miss day trading stocks. It feels so lackluster now. Rig going bananas. Good. Success isn't getting to $25,000. I mean, if you can't, you should be able to get 8%, 5 to 8% returns on $1 million a year. No problem. Like, without any work whatsoever. You should make a paper account, do all the plays and Pickles picks to see how fast it would grow and how you'd track them on stream. That'd be kind of fun. I feel like we're still like too GME centric to do that a lot, but it could be fun. Although that's kind of for you guys to do, right? Like that was the point of Pickles picks, was that you guys could use them in paper accounts and learn how to make money with them. You have more leverage with larger accounts, so you don't have to take as much risk. You think trying to start an account under 5K even makes sense? I wouldn't personally. I would just save my money and practice paper trading. Or, use what money you do have and deploy it in a like more risk averse way. Put it into, something with a dividend or something that just has like guaranteed returns, like a covered call ETF or something like that. So your money's not stagnant while you save it, but it's, doing something, but nothing risky. How do wheat $10 July calls look right now? I mean, you're buying them in the money. I don't know if I love that. Sounds like an opportunity for a listener to start their own YouTube channel and paper trade pickles picks. It sounds like an opportunity to violate intellectual property laws and have their YouTube taken down. Also, probably a good way to get banned. Up 40% on these 125 cc's. I think I should close and reopen later in the week on another pump. Or just go up the other 60%. People are so afraid of having CCs on the table. I don't get that. Why? Just let them expire worthless. Thinkorswim TDA for paper trading? Yeah, they have probably one of the more fleshed out paper trading platforms. And it lets you trade options too. What made you decide to buy the 420 call? I just figured that the what for the for the SPY? Oh, I mean we had a low, I mean I bought it here, right? But we had lower highs or lower lows or higher lows rather and a higher high. So the break, if it broke out, which it looked like it was going to, it was likely going to break to the upside, which it did. Well, some of us can't somehow make it to Pickles Picks. You need to go to your Discord, go to settings, go to connections, and link your YouTube account to the Discord. So all you do is you just click the YouTube thing and then you log into your YouTube. And then it'll connect the two. And that will unlock the channels for you, Trina. If you need help with it, see if one of the moderators is around on the Discord. They can help you probably. Or I can help you after the stream. What if this CC is 95% profitable? Is it worth waiting for the 5%? I mean, unless you're going to take it and sell another one, then yeah. I mean, on the last run up, I sold like 1250s for June when IV was spiked, Farmer Jed, and honestly, that's the best way to do it, is to just sell them far out of the money on a big run for like 60 to 90 days. Because then you're capturing, you know, the delta value and the theta and the IV. CC delta, less is safer. Yeah, well, that's because of the skew, right? So you're less likely to go in the money. You know, at 0.1 delta, the odds of that call going in the money are very slim. At 0.4, it's much higher. You need to pay assignment fees plus commissions. Yeah, XYLD. There's another one too. I forget the name of it, but it's similar. AMD gonna break out? Probably. Might be later in the day though. Well, not that it's gonna break out, but it's gonna not necessarily that's gonna break up, I guess I should say. QYLD, thank you. I mean, I don't see why they would ever get out, right? They have, 10 million shares DRS that, they know will never be traded, guaranteeing their volatility. And the looping of ETF obligations drives money into volatility positions. So as long as buy and hold remains strong, as long as this exists, they will continue to profit off of volatility on GameStop. Split or no split. No, I didn't. I'm just not illiterate, dork. You're a big run. How far out of the money on CCs? 60 days out. Yeah, I mean, the same's true for GameStop. If you sell like 45 DTEs at the peak, you just make a shitload of money. I did it accidentally in March. In March, I did it for a different reason, right? Like last year. I did it in March because if it hit 350, I wanted to sell. So I sold covered calls at 350 with my whole port, in the hopes that it would hit 350 and I would get assigned, right? And I was like, I'm done playing this fucking volatile nonsense stock. um, I didn't though. Like we didn't really ever hit 350. They flash crashed it, and then I ended up holding those calls out for like 30 more days until they expired. And at that point, I was neck deep in GME. Post split, is Jamie just going to become the biggest wheeling target of all time? I mean, it already is. It's just risky. I mean, wait until we close Friday up, and then go read all the lost porn threads and Theta Gang. GameStop is by far one of the most profitable stocks to sell covered calls and cash secured puts on. It has high delta, expensive theta, and very high IV. It's also high risk. Buy and hold benefits Citadel. I mean, they are likely one of the people that are, cycling volatility on GameStop. I think the bigger question is who's helping them do that, which would have to be primes through the ETFs. I think your SST $25 calls are dead. Yeah, they've been dead for a while. Is it even worth writing CCs on BBBY at this point? It's $10, $20 a contract, and the risk of getting called away at or just above my cost basis seems pointless. I mean, you just want to sell the covered calls when the price runs, and you want to sell them further out. So selling weeklies on BBBY because of its low delta, like it's low, it's not an expensive stock. So selling weeklies isn't very good. But once you get a little further out, like say you go 30 DTE, right? At the money, it starts to get a little bit better. And then, if there's a run, say we run up to 22 in the next week or so, you can sell them at your cost basis. Say your cost basis is 20, and those will be in the money. You'll be able to get significantly better returns on those covered calls. As the price on BBY goes up, if it starts to realize some of its book value, and we see it trading at $20 to $40 more regularly, I mean, we were here, now we're not. But in this price range, the price of calls will also go up. By selling covered calls on GameStop, technically what you're doing is you're taking advantage of the short volatility positions by selling volatility. So, they already have someone selling them their short vol, right? But why not us? So it's just another way to take advantage of what they're already doing to the stock, right? By going long before the run, you're tracking the entropy swap. By selling volatility into the short vol position, into the volatility swap, you're also then profiting off of both sets of swaps as they move back and forth between the two. I don't know how to make trading view indicators, but I know people that do. I applaud your play. Just curious on the benefit of intrinsic value now that we know how quickly the price can fall. I should have sold in the money, and I think I did at the time sell a few in the money, but that was like my price target was like 350. I was, at the time I was playing like a dead cat bounce. I thought, the buy and hold to the moon thing was kind of horseshit until more information came in, right? Um, and so, my goal was to just play what I assumed would be a dead cat bounce. The difference there was that the price stayed up. Is there a clip of you explaining how to trade by handle CSPs? I mean, they're not hard to. You don't buy them, but you sell them, and you simply sell a put strike that you don't think will go in the money. It's a bullish bet, right? You think you would have bought back into GME last year if your CCs got exercised? Probably. If 775,000 people from Superstock would buy one contract, that equals 77.5 million. Yeah, except there's like 8,000 people on Superstock. Barring any unforeseen GME announcements, do you think we'll be selling any GMECs past 520 into OPEX in the shareholder meeting? No, absolutely not. Learned a lot from you. Thanks. Yeah, I have no intention of selling GMECCs after May 20th. CSPs, sure. And there's a point at which you flip, right? Once the descending price action is done and the short vol swaps have profited, you know, we move into a period of like volume decay, right? Or our bottom. And this is, you know, kind of where we don't see any more downward price movement. And usually this is prompted by a low. And after we hit that low, we tend to bounce up and kind of just trade a little flat. And this is the point at which I sell, you know, you want to sell CSPs because you're betting the next move is going to be a price increase, right? Usually this period of time is far shorter than this, right? Because the point of this is to bleed price without spiking volatility. And yesterday, like they dropped the price hard, and so volatility went up. And they don't want that. They want this slow, gradual decline like this. This is like a perfect day for them, right? Because they don't want IV to spike, and this bleeds the IV down. If you have too much multi-directional movement, it tends to raise IV. It also generally happens on increased volume. So you sell, you know, you buy calls, the price goes up, you sell CCs, which are already hedged by your call. Then, you know, when the price falls, you can sell your calls. Then your CCs go up at the bottom. You can then sell CSPs. And, you know, you can buy, if you want, you can buy puts. And then, you know, back to calls again at the end and over and over and over and over. It's possible we see a BBBY run before GME. Yeah. It's usually 10 days, I think, Chili Chills. I still need to check that. But I think the SEC requires a 10-day period from the announcement until the split. 2.5K in LRC, but 6K cost basis. Rip. Rough. You can stake it. And it'll take forever to regain those losses, but at least you can regain some of it. I'm sure it'll spike again on the announcement of the marketplace if you're trying to look for an exit. It's 10 days. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, I've looked at Corsair a bunch. How confident are you in a BBY squeeze as opposed to a value stock? I mean, squeeze in the sense of like a massive short squeeze kicking off. I don't know. There was pretty good potential before, but with Merrill selling out and was it JP Morgan, I think was the other one. Uh it kind of killed Cohen's buy-in FTDs by dumping their positions on that run up, which I mean, they're gonna dump positions on a run up, right? Uh especially one that, you know, 100% the price before, because I think it went from like 15 to 30. Um, but new positions will come in, and you know that'll put pressure back on the stock. I think if they make big moves, the potential is there. Um, you know, lots of people holding far dated calls, right? So far dated and out of the money calls. So if it does run, the potential for like a push towards gamma max and a big push past gamma max is possible. I think a lot of people have eyes on it too, and so even if it is just value, I mean the potential to triple your money is nuts, and there is opportunity because of the cycles and because of its ETF exposure and large short position for the same money to be made on it that's made on GameStop. Can one of those turn into a short squeeze? Sure. I don't think I have as much confidence in the leadership of BBBY as I do GameStop. Do you expect a lot of minnow shorts to cover pre-split and create a bit of FOMO? It's possible, yeah. Not really. I mean, they've both fallen below any previous channel. I guess if you count Feb's low. But you could have said that here when we were, our floor was like 140. And then, that was no longer true after November. BBBY to a similar degree. BBBY actually performed better from October of last year to, well, not anymore, but up until like June, it was performing better through its cycles than GME was. But it still has its cycles. Theoretically, it doesn't matter what the price is, right? Why specifically are you not selling CCs past May 20th? Risk of assignment? Thoughts on BBAI? I don't see how it's similar to SST. I mean, if you're just talking like technicals, it just looks like it's kind of in an uptrend. Doesn't look like any of the other things are applicable here that were applicable with SST though. If you had to pick one, which would you buy? GME under 100 or BBBY under 13? Um, Probably GME under 100. Can all TVA be applied on any candle? 1, 5, 15, one day? Yes and no. some things work better on shorter time frames, some things work better on longer. The reliability varies. But yes, you can apply it in all of those scenarios on every time frame. BBI borrow rate up 657%. Okay. That's high. Is there a way to specify that your CC uses last in, first out? Yeah, just set your account to last in, first out. LIFO. Is there a way to specify PT for cat before May 20th? I don't know. I think it'll probably test 220 again. It's recovering a bit from its dip, which was kind of unwarranted, but earnings were good. So where the fuck it fell off, they beat. I think a lot of what we saw with cat after the test of 237 was just the selling of long positions. I sold here. I mean, everyone sold here, right? This was fucking awesome. And then, now it's starting to recover. And the bounce looks good, too. It's a solid bounce. I think it'll continue and in cat fashion pick up steam at some point. After making a trade, you can change the lot selected even later in the day or after hours in Fidelity at least. Yeah, I know Fidelity allows you to do it. IBKR does too, I think. What happened with the FTD report? They just released the wrong one. This happens frequently with the FTD reports. Would you consider BBY August 15s to be safe? Fairly, yeah. I think we'll see price improvement on BBY before August. The quote unquote no, it's not quote unquote wrong one. It's just they fucking mess it up all the time. That one time they released 2 weeks at once. They've done that a couple times. They've released the wrong week before. It's not fraudulent because there's no requirement. It's just like somebody puts the. First of all, the FTDs are 15 days old. They don't fucking matter anyway. You're the only one who cares about them. Some dude dragged the wrong fucking file into the other file. That's it. They'll fix it. Or they won't. Sometimes they don't. But it's not like obfuscating the fucking 15-day-old FTDs makes a bit of difference. Yeah, but you're assuming malicious intent when it's far more likely it's incompetence. Also, it's not like something important, there's probably not even any fucking checks in place. It's just some dude uploading a file. It's like you're assuming an amount of like integrity and oversight that's simply not there. If you were hoping for assignment on some GMECCs to get an upcoming option position, would you be targeting a 0.45 delta? Unsure if 520 would be too late to enter the position. I mean, you could try. That doesn't guarantee assignment, but okay. I'd watch out for Zim. I don't like that stock. They're about to dump a lot of money into new ships, and when they do, it's going to hurt their forward projections. People make investment. I don't think anybody's making investment decisions based on 15-day-old FTDs. We track them because they give us insight into compounding of positions and futures FTDs and ETF FTDs. But if they're delayed, it doesn't matter to us, right? We know when they're created already. So having the report is just additional confirmation of when they're created. I'm assuming that he wants to be assigned so he can take his cash and buy options. I don't agree with it, but I don't think you're reading it wrong. It's just not very bullish, or, well, it's not very buy and hold. Shipping stocks, same like penny stock. Know exactly what you're buying and prepared to get bent over. Yeah. Their earnings were good, but I don't think it'll last. Short hedge fund quants are using your pickles picks to create their entire portfolio. If you were to start investing with a couple thousand, would you play options for leverage? I would find a cheap stock that I like, and I would sell CSPs on it with the goal of not being assigned. This is for like 5K accounts. This is the highest success I've found. At about 10 to 15,000, I would then, start to play the upside on some things. Um, Lower risk, smaller moves. Like looking for stocks that are, channel locked or short-term breakouts. So, like a peak test with a sell-off, but, consistent trend, kind of stuff. Um, Small positions with very tight, like 2% risk tolerance. Um, and then, just continue to do this until I could build up enough capital to till I hit 25K. It takes a few months. More importantly, it takes precision. It's harder to trade less money. Which it's kind of the opposite of most things in life, right? Generally, like the entry level is easy, and then it gets harder as you gain more experience. But with stocks, it's like the less money you have, the more difficult it is to build capital, and the more money you have, the easier it is. Incorrect data is reported quite a bit. I mean, the FTD data is accurate. It's just misreported frequently. Like they fuck up the reports all the time. And every time everyone freaks out about it. Once you hit 25K, what would you do then? Well, then you have a lot more flexibility. You could be in and out of multiple positions in a day. So you can start to expand. But the problem is, here's the problem, is a lot of people are actually pretty successful in building up their initial amounts of capital because they're careful, right? They're afraid. And then what happens is they do well, right? And they get to that 10, 15K mark or 20, 25K. And then they massively increase their risk because they don't know how to manage these amounts of money, like this large of a capital pool. And so they mismanage it, they overextend themselves. They try to take on too many trades, they try to take on bad trades because they can take on more trades. And then they lose all their money. If they stayed consistent with their initial plans, they would just keep accruing money. You diversify your trades, or are you putting the majority of your capital into one or two trades at a time? I mean, it would be like no more than 10% of total capital in each trade with a 2% risk, right? So if you have a $25,000 account, your maximum buy-in is $2,500, and then your risk is $50. It's true though. People do tend to do better, and then they kind of lose sight of it the more capital they get. They start to take on too much risk too fast. What? Yeah. But no, it's 500, not 50. No, it's 50. It's positional risk, 2% positional risk. It's 2% of the 2,500, not 2% of the 25,000. You can actually do it either way. Some people do take 2% total capital risk on each trade. I wouldn't do that with a $25,000 account though. Yeah, it's you're probably also trading more than $25,000. At 25,000, you want to keep your shit tight. You don't want to fucking I don't think you want to take $500 risk on a 20. I mean, with options trading, sure, but should you really be trading a lot of options at $2,500 or $25,000? Probably not. I mean, when I trade options, I probably this account's not a good example because I don't actively monitor it very well, but I take like 10 to 20% risk on premium paid. And if it's a swing, I'll go as high as like 30 to 50. What portfolio level does it become relatively risk-free to grow your capital? I mean, you don't always have to be exposed to delta. You can have, you know, positions that aren't sensitive to price. You can hedge. Um, so you can do positional risk or you can do capital risk. So, if you have a $25,000 account and you're doing 10% trades, that's 2,500 a trade, right? With a 2% total cap risk would be $500. 2% positional risk would be $50. Trading an account under 50,000 is maybe the hardest thing to do if you employ proper risk management techniques, no room for error. Yeah, it's not easy. It's the hardest hurdle. And ironically, most people that are really committed succeed at that part and then fail at the part of where they have to manage larger amounts of money. And a lot of that is because most people that get into trading don't learn anything about investing, right? So they don't know what to do with extra capital. So like my primary trading account for options is like a 200K balance, right? And then I take 10% with like I probably do 3 to 4% risk, right? Positional risk um per trade. And then, um at the end of a 30-day rolling period, if this is at 230K or 250K or 190K, then I will pull money and add to it if I have a losing month. Or if I have a winning month, I will then extract that $30,000 and put it towards, long-term investments, and then my account remains at 200K, right? And that way I can maintain the same risk model on my trading account forever without, having to change it. Yeah, really tight stops are super important right now. What about when we have 230 left buying power? How many 510s do you buy? None. Your strategy, Pickle Morty, is kind of hit it or miss it. I mean, eventually you'll hit, and then hopefully you're able to change your strategy. But it's a tough one to change. It depends on how much I'm gonna monitor the trade or how long I'm gonna be in it. But usually, yeah, I have some sort of stop set in every one of my trades. Occasionally I'll forget to set a stop, which sometimes works out for my benefit, sometimes it doesn't. Nice, McLean Johnson. I got a 5K day trading account and my goal is $200 a day. That's tough. I'm not saying you can't do it, but it's tough. I think you should trim your goal a little bit. Yeah, 4% a day is, I mean, if sure. Hard to do without options. And I think trying to achieve that goal, you're going to take on riskier plays. And you know, the other biggest problem is people want to be exposed to everything. They're like, oh, I want to be in this, and I want to be in this, and I want to be in this. And the more money you get, the easier it is to start doing this, right? It starts to become easier to be in all the plays you want to be part of. But the problem is, if you lose 10% here and 10% here, and this is a 10% winner, you're still down 10%. So it's much better to choose one good one than to be exposed to 5. I mean, there was like a 3-month period, Morty, where I just got locked into a cycle of making a shitload of money on Apple CSPs and then losing all the premiums on YOLOs. I've been there. It just doesn't really get you anywhere. You just kind of just neutral, right? The capital in your options trading account not committed to a trade, is that just sitting as cash? I mean, yeah, cash is also a position though, right? It's the availability to enter things if I want to. I would say I rarely have more than like a quarter of my total capital deployed at any one time in that account. So like I never really have more than 50,000 out. Right. The other sometimes I do. There's rare instances where I am confident enough in something that I will deploy more or take multiple positions in the same stock. Cat has been one of those as I've built confidence in tracking its movement over the last few months. I would rather hit one 10x a week than be in 51x's, right? Or like for potential. Like if this is a 10x potential and these are all 1x potential, I would rather be in this. Anyone selling BBY puts? I think a lot of people are. Yeah, I have cash. I mean, I can average, I can roll down. As long as, the trade stays within the parameters and follows my expectations, then yeah, I can continue to average down the position. It gets tricky with this account as well because this isn't my primary trading account, and so sometimes I'll pick up positions here that are part of a bigger position, but I'm not really focused on these. I should put more money in this account because it's the one I'm staring at all day. And for a long time I didn't because I didn't want to deal with the backlash from Superstock being like, this guy's just, buying $10,000 worth of options a day. And would have been a lot of shit. No, most options plays will 2 or 3x if you're good. I would say maybe slightly more than 50% of my trades are in this range. I would say things that are 5x, 10x, 5 to 10x is maybe 5% of my trades. And, sub 1x is, another 30%. So yeah, the 4 to 5, like 3 to 4, is a part of that, and then like 1.5 is a little bit, but that's kind of the way it breaks down. Good thing you didn't, or SS would have banned you maybe. I mean, there were a lot of things that like I just didn't want to talk about or do on the stream because like I just didn't want to deal with the backlash, right? Like it wasn't worth it. Thank you, Dave's still here. I appreciate it, man. Did you hit a bounce back above 10 on Vero? And the other thing people do is they compound their accounts. So if your goal is to trade a $25,000 account, you should be trading a $25,000 account. You shouldn't be just leaving all your profits in the account. You're taking the profits, right? And that's something that incentivizes a lot of greed, is that people will like they'll keep growing the account, and so the account total grows more rapidly than they learn how to manage that newer, larger account. How do you structure your stops on CSPs? Percent or percent credit? Percent credit, probably. No, Fed news is tomorrow. I don't think that many people trade cat, frankly. I really don't. I don't think there's that much trading interest in the stock. I think most of the movement you see on cat is big funds and mutual fund movement. They're, down a little, but just a little. Sideways mostly, which is kind of our expectation, right? I know that you trade a lot of options, but if you buy shares, is it for long term buy and hold? I mean, I don't buy companies that I don't like. And if I like a company, why would I sell? The price is what you pay, the value is what you get. And while like for instance, Palantir is a good one. It's been a massive disappointment since I bought it. I still think that their potential is very good. FYI, the past 30 minutes of your how-to answers you just had is perfect information for School of Stock. I'll try to remember that when I accidentally delete the video I'm making while adding an audio track. It's the YouTubing part of School of Stock that makes it hard for me to do. It's not the information. I can do that all day, as you all know. But yeah, it's I just I'm just not good at making YouTube videos. I'm a terrible streamer and an even worse YouTuber. I don't want to pay someone to do that. I don't even fucking make money on it. School of Stock's not even monetized. How close to the money? What delta did you sell your Palantir CCs? Oh, I mean, I sold them in the money, pretty deep in the money on the last run. And they did not get called away, unfortunately. Um, but I've sold CCs on almost every run. My cost basis is below 0. Is Palantir a good buy at these prices? Yeah, but I mean, your window of holding is. See, I don't really like to hold anything longer than like 3 years unless I really really like the company. So like I think the only things that I've held longer than 3 years are AMD and O. And O, it's more just that it generates income than anything else. I've had Apple about 2 years, and I've had Tesla about the same. But you know, both of those positions generate income, right? Which is all I really care about. Also, my cost basis on them is very low, so they're not only are they in the money, they're generating income. Some of us are better being investors and not traders. I mean, statistically, most of you are better off investing and not trading. But I also disagree with that. I think that I think trading is a great way to grow capital. I think if you manage risk and if you can do it, I think that the numbers of 3% of day traders are successful are unfair. And I think a lot of it is that people get into trading and they go down kind of the path of like they get into trading, they take a course, which they pay obscene amounts of money for, which is a loss, right? They really just try to learn like individual strategies instead of learning about the market, learning about market mechanics, learning about position management. They don't learn any of that, right? They just learn how to kind of like buy low and really just scalping for the most part. Scalping upside moves is like the vast majority of what traders try to do. And, I think that shit is very unsuccessful. But I think there's a blend between value investing and trading that's like a Goldilocks zone, if you will. You should make the SOS videos in the same format they used to do the weekly DDs. Short presentation from a write up, then fielding some questions after. Interesting. That could be fun. Maybe like as a live stream, kind of like when I started doing the weekly DD as a live stream. Yeah, I listened to the quarter one call. It's worth a listen. Is selling CCs and CSPs considered trading? Mm, sort of. I think most people wouldn't define it as trading, right? It's income generation. Trading is speculation. Does Ivy Crush from earnings affect my calls as much if they're further dated? No. That 3% of successful traders mumbo jumbo is just big money trying to scare people away. I think everybody can find a strategy that works for them. I think not only everybody can find a strategy that works for them, everyone can sit down and if they really give a shit, learn enough that they can develop multiple strategies of their own in order to manage different market conditions. And I think if you can learn risk management, you can be a trader. Your degree of success will obviously vary, but yeah, I agree. It's horseshit. But also, I mean, there's no one really teaching anybody to be a good trader, right? It's all just scams because those people aren't good traders either. Not that that's something that I necessarily want to do. I don't know. I do in my own way. Aren't there many successful traders who master just a few trades and practice intense risk management and they do great? Yeah, great. That's another like doing great is a whole nother that's a different subset, right? Like that is very few traders. But generate income, improve quality of life, all of those possible. That's why I love you, because your main point for over a year is trying to teach people that in my own way, yeah. I'd say CCs and CSP are just cost basis lowering. I mean, CCs are. CSPs aren't really cost basis lowering if you don't get assigned, right? They're just income generation. You're selling capital risk essentially to a market maker. Turns out I was too focused on indicators instead of basic price, volume, and trend analysis. Very basic stuff. Yes. And that's something I caution Stefan against a lot because it's just there's a lot of noise and you just don't need it all most of the time. You learn to use those tools though. Learn to use RSI, learn to use MACD, learn to use DMI because at times you'll want another layer to look at. And they do offer that. Um Where does the TA on the SPY tell you it's headed? The TA on the SPY doesn't look super great, right? It's just kind of flat. I mean, it looks like we have a bounce, but it's not confirmed. We need to move back above 420. So chop, consolidation on the bounce. That's pretty common, you know. We trading $10, $11 higher than we were yesterday at the low. So you know, if you know this is the bounce. It failed to break out, right? And then you know consolidation. And you know you can look further into that by moving to a lower time frame, like the 1 hour, you know, where you can see it better. You can see that you know we came up, we bounced, we hit this resistance here, failed, and now we're consolidating. But the uptrend is you know continuous from our low. So you know it's still sustained, right? So it looks like you know another push up, hopefully a higher test around 420. But you know external conditions will affect that. If the Fed announcement is bad tomorrow, it's right back down again. And likely we'll just hold here. We'll just probably hold sideways until the Fed announcement through tomorrow. I'm gonna struggle, steep learning curve, trading normal stocks. Yeah, it is. There's a million channels where someone monologues about stocks, but doing QA to further people's understanding is something you excel at. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe I should try doing something like that. Open a school for people who can't trade good and want to learn to do other things good too. My friend went to a trading school and learned Jack. They're all scams. I mean, I didn't even realize how pervasive the scams were until I started doing like YouTube, and people would be like, "Oh, check this guy out or this guy out or look at this video." And I was just, it's fucking unbelievable the amount of like financial wisdom scams there are. Like they talk about it in school about how like people scam people, and like that's part of being like a financial advisor is like getting people or clients to stay away from shit like that. But holy fuck, is it pervasive? I mean, like people like Matt Kors and stuff. They don't even whole. I mean, you can tell on the surface that they're idiots, but some of these people really try to sell like a system. And the amount of like marketing and shit they do, it's just unbelievable. I think in to allows the financial markets be a good text for a top-down approach of price, volume, and trends. I think so. I think it's a good introduction into things that you need to explore more on your own. Are you familiar with Zach Morris? No. Everyone calls him a pumper, but I've made money on every trade I've done on his picks. That's that's usually symbiosis, right? So some financial like well trading scams are symbiotic. You both make money, right? They just make more. Um some are, I don't know what the antonym for that is. Some are not. Some they simply make money. It's just a complete scam, right? So it's either like a pyramid scheme or just a straight up con artist. I don't know anything about him. I'm not saying he is at all. But generally, that's how it works. Like they've bought into their position, right? Like this is a really common one. Uh, there's like a bunch of trading discords, like paid discords and YouTubes that'll like promote specific strikes on stocks. And what that does is, they've bought into that strike that's usually kind of illiquid. And when people come in, it raises the IV and then they can sell their position. So, say they buy like, 500 contracts at, like 1.25, and then their whole Discord piles in, driving that contract up to like 2. then they sell, right? And then yeah, sure, the stock might go up, but they're already out, right? Like they've made their money. I have a friend on Insta that shills this crypto miner dude all the time. Every time she tries to get me to sign up for this thing, I think my financial daddy is richer than your financial daddy. Hold on, I need to see the rest of this. And I then dream of you guys competing and you just spanking him with cat calls. That's not weird at all, Pickle Morty. It's not weird that you have those dreams. I post about 4 months of stagnation until an uptrend based on VOX. What do you think? I think proprietary data sets are shady. Anytime someone has data that they can't share or you can't find, I wouldn't trust it. Or that you have to pay to get. That's another thing I don't like. You can make a chart look like anything, and if you're vague enough, sound like it's doing something. Have you guys heard of compounding interest? I won't cut off your pickle. Also, I'm pretty sure there's like a 3-day grace period on the Discord porter. The pickles picks seem like scam. I mean, you don't have to trade them. They're just what I'm trading, and I am trading them. I frankly don't give a shit if you guys buy into them or not. A lot of the times I don't even say what strikes I'm buying. They were supposed to be a teaching tool. I don't know if anybody's ever actually used them for that. I think I have empty space. I mean, that TikToker I've been paying $500 a month to tell me what to trade and when is a scam artist. I would play weekly options with 1K on the side and cashing out at 15 to 25%. You think that's fine, or should I be cashing out earlier or playing with further off options? I mean, if you're finding success with it, keep it going. Just watch your risk. Everything's safe if you set a tight risk, right? You can buy zero DTEs with a 2% positional risk, and you're only risking 2% of the position. That's it, right? Parasitic, yeah. Thank you. Do I even need to read securities analysis? They're both important. So even if you're only interested in day trading, you need to know both. Yeah, Against the Gods is a good book for risk management. No, I can't say I did, Kitty Pickle. Yeah, no problem, board gamer. Glad you like him. Look at our boy Jimmy trying to do a thing. I mean, it's just trying to do the thing it did earlier. We're still like in this channel. And we could see up to like 122 to the upside. I don't think I need all these resistances anymore. Trading it. When you state your pickles picks plan position, what does it mean when you say risk X? I mean, if that means if I enter at the current trading price, I am not holding the position if it falls below the risk. The risk is where you sell. I don't tell anyone to pay for my Discord to get access to my picks. Which you know. Also, you pay me, I assume, just to avoid being timed out by the chat. How much do you think Gaff makes every time he recommends Against the Gods? I mean, something. He is a shill, right? How many shekels is Jamie trading at? It's worth reading. It's not my favorite book. I need to go back and read it again. Win Federate tomorrow, 2 p.m. Could you please stop forcing me to be a billionaire every month? Stop giving me free updates on my favorite stock and full-time infotainment. I mean, I can ban you if that helps you stop paying for it. No time to watch nowadays, but keep doing what you're doing. Thanks, JB. I appreciate it, man. Why haven't you banned me yet? I don't know. I've thought about it. Well, sometimes you're not high, and then you're not so insufferable. It's just when you get really, really high and start carrying on about fucking crime and nonsense and conspiracy. Why would I ban you? You're my favorite show. Gaff. Well, second favorite. J Fresh is my favorite. Because he keeps stirring up the drama. You stopped stirring up drama months ago. Axa, thank you for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll add you to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the flow.
What are some good strategies for stops? You can use stop losses. You can use stop limits. You'll have slippage. that'll move beyond that 2% risk on occasion. But you'll also have slippage on the upside where you'll have runs. They make up for each other. It balances out. Look at me go. This is my 3rd run in a row of being a member for 3 months. Thank you, Plumber Poopy Heads. Member for 5 months. I didn't stop stirring up drama. You just finally admitted I was right, and now everyone mostly agrees with my takes. If it weren't for me, no one ever would have accepted CNS as a thing, Gaff. You're welcome. But you don't have the publishing deal, so... Guys, don't forget to check out the merch store for our latest book about CNS. Thanks, Korg. Where does Daniel Taylor fall on the show list? If he'd still joined the chat, he'd be number 3. Stream FOMO is the only thing keeping me watching this market-wide aggressive sideways action today. .5 speed or bust. Victor is back from work. He asks if Tesla is dead. Your position on Tesla is dead. Tesla is not dead. If that helps, Victor. I don't know if Tesla will ever be valued at the levels that you've predicted. AMD weeklies? Risky. You want to throw some money away overnight? A perpetual market, a little perpetual market machine that could. Why not just the little CNS that could? Very hungry. The very hungry CNS pillar. Jettle, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. How long has Gaff been a shill? Last March. A little after last March. When were you officially declared a shill? Was it in the doldrums of April? As soon as you take off your shirt, will the cap come off before MOASS? I take my hat off all the time. My neighbor just got a brand new Trump 2024 flag in his backyard. Good for him. Dollar's going to zero anyway. May as well throw it away now, right? I remember it, Lit Spaceman. It's okay, Gaff. You just had to play the long game. No, I wasn't asked, but the first time I got called to shill on Superstock was right after DRS started picking up, and here I am. I think I got called to shill like the first day that I took over doing the daily TA on GME. How do you feel about a long dated near the money call, Jan 95, straddled with a short dated put? Little downside protection. I mean, as long as the put will print your long call premium, probably fine. Is this phase F? I don't think so. F and B. I haven't done a lot of research on them, but they've come up before. They were running on similar cycles to GameStop in November. I don't know what the fuck these are. It's kind of dirt cheap right now. I actually don't hate this entry on it. If you're interested, it might take a little while to play out, but it still has a little bit of correlation with GameStop. Although I think it's in a different ETF basket. This looks like May. Earlier in May. Yeah, that's about right. June. The September peak is strange. You didn't miss the dip. There'll be more. No, no one wants to hear that, but I love the little laugh you gave when the dude said he had 4% daily return on capital goals. Don't we all? Anyways, I expect you'll keep turning up hard learning and tough love reality as we move into year 2. You're the man. Thank you so much, Segan. I appreciate it, dude. Well, I'm at the close fidelity and cross my fingers stage of investing now. How low are your fucking covered calls, man? Didn't didn't we talk about the risk on Thursday? And you're like, that's not a risk. BFG had a run where there was a special dividend that we thought the shorts wouldn't want to pay it and failed because insiders dumped. Oh. Life insurance is an investment strategy. Are you selling life insurance? I mean, this is good, but is it just in line with the market? Yeah. Gotta love that outside pressure on CNS there, right? The market's coming up. That's why up. It's a good feel when GameStop overperforms. No, buy whole life insurance. They have to pay out like 2.5% annualized returns over the life of the insurance policy at a minimum. Isn't that, it's like below the rate of inflation. That's worse than a mutual fund. How much volume was the first spike? 53,000. Target getting close to 235. I already have my buys set, so if it crosses, I'll buy in. I might already be filled. I have to check my phone. I don't have it open. Yeah, I'm already in. WeBull doesn't offer paper trading options. TDA does. As far as learning the basics, Investopedia is probably your best source of information. That and options is a strategic investment. What better wealth preservation mechanism than betting against your own life? Higher ROI to a T-bill. Fair. Is the price data on your chart better than IBKR's? Roughly the same. Same number of exchanges. How confident are you in theory these days? What, in the cycles? I mean, pretty confident they continue. I didn't even know IBKR had paper trading. I don't even have an affiliate link. Options is a strategic investment. I should, but I don't. How confident in MOASS? Not very. there a number less than 0? Just made a bit of money riding Tesla from 905 to 914. This whole trailing stop limit thing is genius. It's just easy. It's probably like first in, first out through the clearinghouse. I'm during this like phase of the cycle, I think we'll see prices hit lower. But right now we're gonna move up probably for a few days. You trailing stop everything? I mean, to some degree. Energy stocks typically negatively affected by Fed rate increases. I have no idea. Go look historically. How will the shorts exit GMA? The point has been that they exit positions every day, and that none of if there are derivative shorts or shorts through ETFs, those are not shorts on GameStop directly. I mean, they affect GameStop's market value, but the obligation is not on GameStop itself. A short, an FTD and an ETF is that ETF's problem, right? The idea that shorts are trapped is not the case anymore. Otherwise, we would see, exponentially increasing FTDs on GameStop directly. Don't get me wrong, the act of closing all those positions would create, price action, obviously. But Gerg, I saw 13F, which accounted for one market day, and it showed that Citadel has no money. That's not what it showed. When am I going to get rich from such amazing DD? They obviously haven't traded positions at all. Gaff doesn't trade equities. A share recall can do that, yeah. I have AMD June 100s. If I sell 3 DTE 96s, that's relatively low risk, reduced cost basis. I mean, those contracts that you're buying for 3 DTE are going to IV Crush. They're going to be worth significantly less tomorrow. So even if there's a drop in the price, they're still gonna see IV Crush. That's the problem with hedging with the shorter dated call is you're paying more to hedge. The premium cost is higher. CVI? You can take a look at it. I mean, it's running. It's up 12% today. It looks like it's gonna retest 30-ish. I don't know if it'll break. It hasn't been worth more than this since like 2019. It could though. It's probably just in line with most other like energy stocks today. Indexes have intra-week options, multiple expirations per week. Back-to-back winning days. Let's go. Enjoy your lunch, Petzel. Fuck, my toe hurts. Ow. What's driving price action to break away from the SPY trend? I think the SPY's just bouncing. No, thank you, Bristo. I dropped my espresso tamper on it. They do not make steel toe Crocs. Damn it. No, I don't have gout. Yes, they do. Oh boy. I don't want to be involved in this conversation. Consensus for tomorrow's Fed meeting is downside already built in, so no change. And if only 50 BPS next 2 months, as they've been projecting, stocks go up. Thoughts? As long as they don't come in above expectations, I think we go up. The negative's priced in, right? In mid-Feb, price action bounced from 110 to 130s for less than a week before declining until late March. Yep, I am aware. We had FTDs, and I mean, you can go back and look at all the fucking DD, but the period we ran in from Feb 8th to 16th was ETF FTDs. That we expected to come in from the futures rollover period. This we're approaching that. We start tomorrow. Tomorrow through March, or May 19th. We have ETF FTDs. Or not tomorrow, the 5th. Sorry, the 5th through. I keep forgetting what day it is. It's May 5th through May 19th. I think this is just pressure from the market moving up on today's CNS roll. Don't forget, we still have FTDs right now from March OPEX. We just don't have ETF FTDs yet. Well, Stefan, if it is the real Wyckoff spring test, there's no options interest to support a large move to the upside, so it'll be minimal. I own 0 Crocs. I just have options. So the market tracks stocks, right? Stocks move the index, and then active funds track the index by buying and selling the stock. SEC pulled the incorrect FTD report off the site. That's gaff. That's going to be it, though. They're just going to pull the incorrect one. I'd probably set aside some for weeklies. Thank you so much, Gant. At what price would you look to start offloading your shares? I don't know if there's like a reasonable one. As long as IV and price remain high, it's far more valuable to own the shares than to sell them. If we ever break 350 again, maybe. And Gamma Neutral was at 125 this morning. I don't know what it is now. Probably about the same. No problem, Nutmeg. We're just up a little bit. They just announced a 14% price increase across the board in June. People need to start making their own fucking paint. Their profits are already ridiculous. But good to know. I just bought a bunch more leaps on it, so. No sell, no sell. Can we see the next resistance on GME? GME on the graph real quick? It's what the next important one is 126.70. Do you ever think we'll break all-time high? It's possible. Are slabs still relevant? Probably not. They weren't relevant when they had their 15 minutes on Reddit either. Yeah, cat's moving back up through 215. Looks good. Cotton Jack, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit's
How far fucking behind on chat am I right now?
to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon.
That's not that
Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
You'd close the CC post earnings after the IV crash, Barry. Could be 10 days, Grandpa John. Could be longer. No problem, Richard. If I have a $200 call on Sherwin-Williams, would I get paid the dividend or not unless I exercise the option? You won't get paid the dividend unless you exercise the option. Contracts are not ownership. Lots of GME calls coming in. Lots of GME calls getting burned out. That's also kind of an advanced topic, Stefan. You got to lay out the groundwork and then build on it, right? Did Charlie's vids get committed to an insane asylum? He probably just went back to selling Mazdas, right? CC's magically turn people bearish to their audience. Weird. Yeah. I mean, they're not a bullish bet, right? Unless the CC's in the money, AJ. I think if it's in the money, you don't collect the dividend. But I don't sell a lot of covered calls on dividend stocks. Or maybe I never sold a covered call through a dividend. Good question. How can I lose all my money as fast as possible? You buy a in the money or slightly out of the money covered call on the SPY. Just as many contracts as you can feasibly get. Like 0 DTE. If you could just make options as a strategic investment from a doorstop into a video series, that'd be great. Thanks. Thanks, Bin Fan. Thank you for all you provide to the community. Started selling CCs last 3 weeks ago, made 6K so far, lost 2K in YOLO calls. and puts, so I still have a lot to learn. I mean, you're still up 4K from where you were 3 weeks ago, so good job, man. Five CCs a week to make 1,200 a week. Your timing would have to be pretty good, Jupiter. But if you time it, it's more than possible. What's really the advantage on GameStop is you could sell. You don't even need to sell like 5 CCs a week, right? You could just sell one covered call for like 45 days out every quarter. 60 days out every quarter. What's a 2.5 to 5 year bull case for CLVR? I don't think there is one. Medical marijuana research could help them. I know they operate out of South America, so I think they have pretty cheap labor. I'll be right back. So I crushed my toe far harder than I thought I did. Not good. T-Doc wants to examine 40 again. That's a lovely way of putting it. I'm about to be Pickle Nine Toe, quality mafioso name. Funny how the stock ran the day after I posted my TA. Look at me, I'm the pump and dumper now. Velociraptor, so the toe only fans is on hold then indefinitely? Sure. I don't know, it dropped like a 5-pound chunk of steel on it. I can't believe Kenny cut off your toe to try to get you to sell your GMA. I know, it wasn't really very cool of him. Thoughts? Hmm. I think we're just seeing a little bump from the like active fund pressure and FTDs. Did it tear the webbing? What webbing? What? I once broke my toe by dropping my dick on it. See, Margin Boo, if you kept your dicks on a lower shelf, it'd be less dangerous to your toes. Or maybe like in a drawer. No, Stefan. It was a joke that you have webbed feet. Oh. This really doesn't have a lot to do with GME, YouTubing. The SPY's up massively from its low yesterday at 405. GameStop also up from its low yesterday at 112. Not as much. We're still technically underperforming. That was technically the prediction. Gaff is correct. Desperate hedge funds go to meet predatory lenders. I want to go there. I want to meet a predatory lender. Feels good not to leave profits on the table. Yes, it does. Me too, guy who's bored. As someone who's lived here my whole life, I will say that New York City is not as cool as it used to be. Not that it was all that cool back then, but it was cooler. So all day positive sentiment on AMD, then randomly nah. Sort of. I mean, it's just kind of chopping before earnings, which are tonight. I think if anything, this tells you that price action after earnings will likely be dictated by earnings. Nice, Ben. It's not as sophisticated as it used to be. No, it just kind of sucks now. Small businesses have been priced out by, well, everyone. It's just expensive. I don't know. Full of yuppies. If you could go on a date with Lisa Sue, but you had to shave Adam Aaron's back, would you? Like, do you have to shave it with a razor? Or could I use, like, clippers on a stick? I don't know what's gonna happen with Rad. Was it possible institutions would run a stock so that it would better fit their risk assessment models? I guess. That's a bit egg before the chicken, but sounds like you'd find a way to go on that date. I mean, what AMD is doing with cache is truly innovative. Not sure they'll be able to beat NVIDIA, but their CPUs will definitely take advantage of it too. Yeah, I agree. Sure, Petzel. If you don't care about losing your money. I can't tell if you're joking or if that's an actual stock. Found a local wing place that coats their wings in Cheeto dust. Should I try it? Won't the Cheeto dust on your hands create like a barrier? Like, will you even be able to pick one up? Tesla dead? Sure. You hedging your AMD position tonight, or just assuming it will run? I'm not gonna hedge it. I'm not saying it'll run either, but I'm not hedging it. you're saying is if we're ever running from the police, we should cover ourselves in Cheeto dust to avoid capture. Interesting. After a 7-1 split, I have more shares than you, right? Is that what you want? Sure. Sure. If you buy them, yeah. If your goal is to get a sign but with a slight discount, you just sell 0 DTE by end of Friday. I guess, yeah, like in the money. I don't like anything with truffle oil is a sin. It's disgusting. It shouldn't be put in anything. It's the foulest shit on the planet. It tastes nothing like truffles. Truffles taste good. Truffle oil is awful. Prices of Lay's chips are going up due to supply chain. Doritos going to be heavily impacted. 20% price increases on the horizon. Thinking about getting into some wheat calls for October. I've been talking about it for a while. It'll only get worse. Stock dividend will crush shorts and force covering. Or it won't, Brian. That's why the buy button is disabled. High temps in India are hurting the wheat crops as well. Yep. I'm okay with you ignoring my financial advice questions, but please look at the wings I sent you and tell me if they're worth the money. That's fucking disgusting. Moonwind. Is it truffle butter? Just truffle, like truffle oil mixed with butter? Like truffle scented margarine? No, you're a far worse trader. That's why you have to try to pay me to get financial advice. Otherwise, I'd be subscribed to you, Moonwind. Disgusting. Fucking hot Cheeto dusted wings. They're not even wings, dude. You show me boneless wings? Those are just Cheeto chicken nuggets. Like you eat like a 5-year-old. Look at this. Look at this shit he sends me. Let's publicly shame him. What the actual fuck? I can't breathe. That's because you inhaled the Cheeto dust. Tell us your fantasies about putting Louisiana gold hot sauce on a truffle and eating it. I like how they call it Cheeto crumbles and not leftovers from the bottom of the bag. Does CNS happen at the same time every day? Early morning pop, then dip all day until 3:19 p.m. East Coast. It's 3:10 p.m. East Coast time, approximately. But it's also open all night as well, Space Monkey. All day and all night. It's continuous, net settlement. Why pay for the bones if you can't eat them? Because a chicken wing is juicy, and chicken breast nuggets are dry and flavorless. If Moonwind sells responsible CCs, can we shame you or him to do the Paki one chip challenge? The fuck is that? I think my cheese intake is contributing to global warming. I mean, that's... How much cheese are you eating? Bones, eat me. Oh my god, my fucking eyeballs hurt so much. I need to get, like, sunglasses. That's it. I'm buying some sunglasses today. Who sells the most expensive sunglasses that are good? Do I have to go? Where do you go to get those sort of things? Eye doctor? Do a comedy Netflix special about having to deal with this limbo period of the GME saga. Interesting. Ray-Bans? Versace? Revo with the NASA lenses. I'm gonna get a large mellow yellow. What the fuck is that? I would argue that BTC and crypto are currently pointing towards a larger equity dump into and through tomorrow. I would argue that we're going to see a crypto dump and money flow into equities. Using my free message to once again say I'm only subscribed for the food hacks. Those wings don't look so good. However, also, what the hell is a sinus? Don't worry, we don't talk about it in public. I don't think it's the blue light I have an issue with. It's just all the light. They are covered with like diffusers. Oh my god, it hurts so bad. Everything else is owned by Luxottica. I had a gummy and then ate 2 quesadillas, but I'm lactose intolerant. Curious. Tiffany sunglasses for $450. I mean, save that for the next time that you have to explain your options losses. Top live. There's no mellow yellow in New York City. I don't know. I don't really drink a lot of soda. It's a terrible name. Are you considering anything other than Ray-Ban Wayfarer? The classic stonk brills that will take you to the trading to the next level. Wall Street Bets says so. Oh, I'm still in Sherwin-Williams because I bought more of it today, Popcorn Trader. You know what? I'm gonna put in, where are my eye drops? CNS done for the day? No, it's got 40 more minutes. Do I know what rotos are? These? I had to quit vaping because I couldn't have e-juice shipped to New Jersey anymore. I know a guy who just like goes to Pennsylvania and buys shitloads of it like every week. Yeah, I've been playing Lorca. I've been playing Sherwin for a few weeks now. What do you think of that trader dude, Zach Morris? I have no idea who the fuck he is. This is the second time I've heard about him today. He wasn't my favorite character on Saved by the Bell. Stay away from BBYCCs this week. For now, yeah. When you say leaps, how far at a minimum are those dated? They're usually 6 months to a year out. Wow, that Tobias Funke is all anyone's talking about. Yeah, it was Kelly Kapowski. It wasn't. I mean, they legit posted the same one again. Always sitting backwards in chairs for MOASS. Who's the better bag holder, you or me? I don't know, man. You've got some heavy bags. What are your plans for your AMD calls if it doesn't run post earnings? I'll probably just keep them. Thoughts on V? Kind of cheap right now. I think it can go a little lower, but it'll probably turn around with the Fed announcement tomorrow. Prices down at like 205 are pretty rare. If you can get it below 205, it's an insane deal. It just doesn't stay down there for very long. I would say it's already kind of on the lower end of entries. And its low today was at like 206.27. On here, we talked about how during the FTD overlap period, if the market bounces back, we can run YouTubing. If it doesn't, if we don't get external pressure, we're less likely to run or have any price improvement. Go fuck yourself, Gav. You do some TA on SoFi? Yeah, it's staying there. That's the TA. It's gonna stay there for some time. There or near there. It's not dead. It's just not gonna do anything spectacular. It looks like a shitty penny stock that's experiencing a brief run. $1 seems like a bit of a stretch, but sure. Gambling on Twitter pics. Stop locking people in your basement. See, this is why I don't want to come over to your house. Dan Almighty. Did you make espresso after dropping the tamper on your toe? I mean, I washed it. How many AMD calls do you have? 30 something. Most of them are leaps, though. Are you bullish on the Fed tomorrow? No. What pressure did you tamp your toe to? 5 pounds and 36-inch drop. You can do the math. I don't think it's going to have to be removed, but it is very badly bruised. Per my calculations, it's 75 trillion pounds of force. Maybe. Yes, I've considered those things emotionally artistic. Are you bullish on AMD? What's your price target for earnings? I don't have a price target for earnings. I'm just bullish on AMD. I'm not, once again, I'm not playing earnings on AMD. I think it'll do well, but I'm not playing the earnings. What are your thoughts on the paper cup industry? Here to stay or a dying fad? And what would they replace it with? Oh God. Tiblio coming in with the hot sponsorship offers. Oh, Jesus. I have adjustable lights. I can change the warmth of them. See, like this light, I can make it. Ah, I don't know if it being warmer helps. God, that still burns. Then go super cold. 7K, 7K. Ah, wheat or JJG for leaps. I have leaps on JJG. I have them for both. They're different. One's soft wheat, the other has exposure to hard wheat. Wi-Fi discriminates on who can become a member. I've tried multiple times. Is that light aimed directly at your face? Yeah. Okay, hold on. Ah. Spy TA? Just coming back down to where it opened. We discussed AMD earnings. I don't know what's going to happen at them. They're earnings. I'm not an AMD insider. They didn't submit the 10K to me in advance. Is it protection of commodity pricing? I think it's because the wheat ETF is like oversold. You see one of those voice modulators? $100K to $1 million? In the current market? Like the current market climate? Probably a couple years. Or one GME cycle. Thanks, Dominic Joseph. Do you take a break from streaming, or does the market cause you to not be able to look away, so you might as well stream? I mean, essentially. I'm going to be here doing this anyway. At least I have some people to do it with. Is that how OnlyFans was founded? Maybe. No lights equals stream feels more culty. Yeah. Is that mostly with options? Yeah. I mean, you could have turned 100K into $1 million if you bought GME contracts on March 16th, right? Feb 14 200s were trading at what? 210? I mean, you have to be willing to commit your entire portfolio to a risky options play, but I think those contracts hit like 17x. I wouldn't know because I didn't. I know the people that did left. Not on the stream anymore. Also, some of the people that didn't. No direct lights in your face. Probably. I'll see what I can set up. I have to do it on the weekend because I'm streaming all day, and then by the time the stream's over, like, actually, well, we're getting into summer now, so maybe it'll be bright, like daylight out longer. I'll be able to adjust the lighting. What BBY contracts do you like? I've been buying August and January's between 15 and like $40. Well, our entropy levels have gotten slammed back down to the same level they were at pre-OPEX. So we're already at the same levels right now that we were at before the run, which is quick. What's the largest P&L you've seen or have been shared from that March run? Mine. someone on the Discord got, I think it was 780,000. Yeah, I don't think Gaff likes Pulte, whatever the fuck his name is. I don't use Black-Scholes to calculate the Greeks for gamma neutral, gamma max, delta neutral. And I do believe that an American pricing model is being used, not a European pricing model. I really don't know what mellow yellow is. I assume it's some kind of beverage that looks like piss, based on the name. I'm guessing it's citrus flavored. Squirt is a good drink. Bad name. I gotta disagree with you there. I think it's a bad drink. Great name. I mean, you could wait a bit. I don't know if we'll sustain these low prices. My favorite carbonated beverage is the like the blood orange arancata, the San Pellegrino ones. Those things are phenomenal. Rad bounce? It's compelling. I mean, it's doing a thing. If it goes above $8, I might sell my leaps. Is the rad play over? No. It's just kind of an unknown. Like, there's no technicals or anything for it, right? It's just either they offer to buy the company or they don't, right? They said they're going to present a buyout offer. I don't know when. It's obviously, I'm still expecting it, or I wouldn't be in the fucking play anymore. Isn't it already at 0.5, 0.75? I think with the negative GDP, we may see no change and a slowdown in quantitative tightening. Because the whole point of this is to avoid a recession, right? Mercy Pickle Daddy. I don't think you could be more egotistical. And then you said your favorite drink. New York changed you, Girk. Those blood oranges are bomb, though. They're so good. Isn't the whole point of this to force a recession and avoid a depression? No. It's to keep the bulls running. I mean, yeah, a recession is still preferable to a depression, but you still want to avoid both if possible. Corrected FTVs are out. Awesome. I remember back when I was like talking to people on Reddit about starting this stream. This one guy was like, you should do the stream with a voice changer and an anonymous mask, like a Guy Fawkes mask. He's like, otherwise they're gonna burn you as a witch. He was so right. You doing an interview for Gangland? Yeah. At least you never told anyone your real name. Your real name is Esteban von Holderstein. I did 20x my GME calls, but then I bought tech options at the top. That guy's prediction was the best one of the year. I wonder if I could find that DM. Buying a $75 ADP weekly as protection for earnings tonight makes sense. Sure. We have an AMD ADC. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. You just carry it overnight. I mean, it's gonna get IV crushed though. So remember, unless you buy an ADP like 45 or 90 DTE, you're gonna lose a lot of value on that contract, even if the price goes up. Right? Yes, they're not very much though, so although I think 80 is a bit of a stretch. Maybe closer to the money. It's trading at what right now? 91? An $11 drop? I have $5 hood put leaps, and if they get listed, do I get unlimited payout? No. You get the maximum value of your contract, which is $5. Thoughts on Airbnb? I've been watching it. It's like before the stream, I didn't go outside either. What strike and expiration are you looking to buy to capture the next GME run? I don't know what strike yet because I don't know what price we're going to be trading at, but probably August. I'll probably buy some like weeklies too. From your recollection, what was the guy's prediction? Oh, he said that I should try to make the stream like as conspiratorial as possible. Like voice changer, Guy Fawkes mask. He's like, these nut jobs on here are gonna send you death threats if you start telling them about actual market mechanics. He wasn't wrong. And I was like, who's this shill at the time? It was pretty funny. You always start a new stream. Don't tell anyone. Call it Pi-Fi Anonymous style. Missing out on what could have been. They're mostly work from home. Fatty potato. We did that before with way more people on the stream. Well, these FTDs are fully disappointing. There's just no pressure in this. Did you look at the ETFs or just GME? Look at XRT and IWM. Before you get all bearish. Just waiting for closer to the date. I don't care what price we're at. I don't like the process. I don't want to improve on it, Stefan. I think rounded bottom breakouts are dumb. I think they're big dumb. I don't know where you dig up this antiquated shit from. Postmass, we'll be doing a DD tour. Travel to cities. People can get their Xerox copy of your DD signed and see your cabs in person. Absolutely fucking not. Might be late, but thoughts on Spirit selling to Frontier instead of JetBlue? I don't know about Frontier, but JetBlue is closer to air crew contractor rather than a full airline. Spirit is definitely a budget experience though. I thought Spirit was looking to buy JetBlue. I heard that you, Adamant, and Roland were going on tour post MOASS. Deny. This is between 4-1, 4-15. Shouldn't have been a lot of FTDs generated in that period, right? $225 to $350. DDS is a fucking beast. But no options, right? That's the shitty part. Well, they don't raise the rates today. It's tomorrow, greedy dead man. I'm not going to stream the AMD earnings call. I mean, I'm going to listen to it, but I'm not going to stream it. Thoughts on Creon's exit duty and MOASS the trilogy? The 1.2 million is a bit irregular, but the fact that we see a large drop off on 414 means that they just rolled the obligations away. C'est la vie. Well, next quarter, Gaff, right? Where to listen? Usually their investor relations website. C'est la vie. So economy was good until it wasn't. Not very confidence inspiring, or is this trading?
This is just trading. I mean, if it's any consolation, bear markets, if we get one, don't last very long, and traders are better positioned to take advantage of them. I mean, streaming the Fed call won't matter because the minutes are released at 2 p.m. and then the like stream is at 2:30. Nothing's gonna really happen today or tomorrow. GameStop's slightly up today, which is nice. How profitable do you think it would be if you only bought just before CNS closed on GME? It's a good question. I don't know. You could backtest it. Do you have any GME leaps? Nope. I don't have any long positions on GameStop besides stock. And most of that is sold in covered calls this weekend. Or, well, Friday. You never had to stop making money off of the swings, Gaff. You just had to learn how to trade options. In the event of a crash, what stocks will be hardest hit? The ones that are the most overvalued or trading the highest above their PE. There's still stocks trading at like 20x, you know? You say learn, I say bother. It's it's like minimal risk for way more leverage. I would like to take a moment to thank everyone that had a hand in crushing IV on BBY recently. My entry has been as smooth as a baby chinchilla's tummy. Nice, dude. What causes IV crush? Low volume, price not doing anything spectacular, and the selling of covered calls. Oh, selling of any options. When does IV begin to spike near earnings? Like 1 week prior? It depends on how anticipated they are. It can be sooner than that. It's unpredictable. Usually when earnings are announced. Like as soon as a date is set. Is this a good week to roll over July GME calls before the price drops again? I guess so. What's up, Bob? I don't know when Tesla's split is. This summer, probably. Are we expecting GME back to 100? It may not be for a little while, but yeah. Towards 100. We have support at 107 and 113 still. DraftKings squeeze? Doubt it. If it owns your shares and it splits 7 to 1, that'd be the best. Do you think the GME cycle, the next GME cycle, will be as strong as the March one? Based on obligations currently? No. Buying long calls in GME, does price or IV matter as far as buying cheap? Buying in cheap? Follow up. When do you expect IV at the lowest? Thanks. I mean, of course, price and IV matter. And then IV will probably be at its lowest in a few weeks. It was a serious question. Our floor was around 180. What was propping that up? A positive delta hedge? Oh, back in October? I thought you were talking about March. Oh, climbing floor you spoke of back in October. Well, pressure was mounting at the time. We saw all of it get relieved over the course of November. Between November 3rd and OPEX in November, the 22nd, we saw all of the obligations covered. We also saw that's when the massive shorting campaign on XRT began, right at the end of October. It wasn't easy for them to push the price down as low as they got it, but they did. They were successful at it. That's the that's the problem with these continuous cycles, is the floor does stay higher each time. And so my bet is that every once in a while they have to bring it way the fuck down so they can start at the bottom again. Because, you know, if this is March, better way to draw this is like this, which is what it is. So say this was last March, you know, and then we had June, and then August, November 3rd, November 22nd, right? We did have an increase in our base price over this period of time. And then we see the price, you know, get slammed back almost to February levels. But even that was higher, right? Like, you know, in Feb we were trading at $40. Here we were trading at, you know, a low of like, what was it, like 73? And then after this run, we've stabilized higher than 73. So it continues. I mean, they had to push us back through it. That's because there's no perpetual motion, right? Like, I mean, if you continue to do this over time, the base, and people are buying and holding, the base price is going to stay up. Sounds like the majority of their well, the swaps have to be rebalanced yearly. What would cause these cycles to stop? They could stop trying to suppress the price. They could stop trying to be short the volatility. But it's so profitable, why stop? I do not look like a serial killer waiting in the dark for my next victim. I just have the lights turned off. Yeah, the market's dropped too. And the more shares that get DRS'd, the more likely it is that these cycles will continue. They make far more money on these cycles than they lose to retail playing them. For now. If that ever changes, you'll see them stop. Because they were able to, Bob. After they didn't switch to the ETFs in November. They switched to the ETFs after June, is when we first start to see the spikes in ETF obligations go up. GME obligations all the way into the share offering. So GME obligations from Jan of 2021 through June of, that's an A, through June of 21. GME obligations, you know, continued to rise. ETF obligations really only spiked here, like in the March period, as they use ETFs to offset the obligations created from the Volga squeeze. After the share offering and the Russell 1000 rebalance, they were able to clear the GME FTDs, right? That was, you know, during that period of time, almost 12 million plus GME shares were made available, right? And then we see GME obligations dive off, right? And now our FTDs on GME directly are minimal. But what we did see at the same time was we see ETF obligations spike. And now they do this every quarter. And in greater numbers, too. So, and these are... So this is a more efficient way of running the system, because playing volatility on GME directly is risky because it compounds FTDs. But ETFs have infinite liquidity. So ETFs are the perfect place to create and clear FTDs. How is GME going to grow if they keep doing this? I mean, Smooth, frankly, I don't give a shit if they keep doing this. If GameStop is going to run 100% every quarter predictably, I don't really give a shit about anything else. Just 100, like that's it. That's the end of the story. Fingers all cheesy from Cheeto chicken wings. What run? Where are you living under a rock or something? Anybody long volatility? They're not losing either. They buy the opposite trade as a hedge for their position. Everyone's a winner except the shareholders, essentially. Why is BBY so gappy? It's starting to get a little illiquid, I think. The bid-ask spread has increased pretty significantly over the last 30 days. People are buying it because it's cheap. RC's fucking buy-in of 100,000 shares did not trigger covering. RC did not buy 100,000 shares to cause, 70 million in volume. I mean, I care about Justin Timberlake. Fair enough, average Joe. You're making it sound like there isn't a long-term bull case for GME, which there is. I mean, there is, because eventually, if there is enough speculation, they will no longer want to do this, right? But until they stop, until that point is reached, this will continue. Our volume weighted average price is still $180. It basically hasn't changed since March of last year. June OPEX starts on June 17th. Quad witching. That means 180 is the price we've traded the most volume at. AMC earnings are just going to be great in the sense of being real bad. AMC earnings? Oh, I'm sure AMC will have shit earnings. I have no idea when they are. Do you want me to go to OTC tomorrow and talk to the folks at Transocean? See how they're doing with your rig contracts? Yeah, you have to remember, if the underlying value of the company rises and its projected value is higher, this becomes a less desirable process. There's less money to be made, right? And the risk is greater because you don't want to try to slam the price down on a stock where, you know, there's a significant amount of long interest. So if GameStop starts to pick up revenue streams and starts to grow and the turnaround begins, then the incentive for funds to fuck with its volatility all day will be lower. What do you mean they won't let it rise? Listen, if fucking JPM wants to come in and buy 10 million shares of GameStop, Citadel's not stopping them. They'll simply just stop playing volatility on GameStop and find another stock to do it on. Yeah, end of May. Towards the end of May. What was the cause of Freg's Day? We ran on Freg's Day. They just immediately tanked the price as soon as they were done covering obligations, which were diminished because they'd already run the stock 20 days earlier. Why would they want to buy GameStop right now? You have to generate value for someone to want to buy your stock. They were speculating on GameStop a little bit. That's why we were able to maintain a price so high for so long after our run. But then the market tanked and they don't want to speculate on risky shit, so they stopped. Craig's Day, November 22nd. I guess it was November 23rd, really, but okay, so here's the situation we're dealing with. large institutional longs outside of index holdings think GameStop is worth about $60. And you want them to come in and buy it at 120. Why the fuck would they? Because you like the stock? That's not a reason for them. Now, don't get me wrong. If GameStop realizes a valuation of 120 to 150 through growth, then they absolutely will be interested in buying it at these prices. And if they're interested in buying it at these prices, that presents risk to somebody who needs to push the price down to $80 to continue their volatility play, which then stops the manipulation. I've told you guys this in the past a lot. The best way to get shorts off your stock is to build a company not worth shorting. As long as it is profitable to short GameStop, they will short it. It's profitable to short Tesla. Must be time to load up on GME calls again. My eyes were hurting, so I turned the lights off. So when GME is not profitable anymore, they'll stop and close their positions? Yeah. I mean, selling CCs isn't really shorting the underlying. It creates more liquidity in the options market, but it doesn't short anything. You know why Superstock hates you? Because your calm and data-driven demeanor is like splashing holy water on demons and it burns them. I already averaged some of them down, pop them off. Because I opened some when we were trading at like 21, 22. But yeah, the out of the money ones, I didn't average down anything else. Sure, Sean. Why don't they? Why the fuck would you short Burke A? Smooth. It's one of the most valuable companies, conglomerates in existence, and you're like, oh, why don't they short that instead? Jesus Christ. Did Larry give you that physical share of steel in the form of a massive water bottle as a signing bonus or something? It was for selling CCs on Craigslist. I was the top seller this month. if they can manipulate the price, won't they always be able to make money, especially with our liquidity issues? For now, as long as they can manipulate the price, that's a scenario that can change. Do you go in public? If so, do you wear that hat? I don't. I don't do either of those things. Won't have any liquidity issues with a bottle that size. Damn straight, dork. Elon out here throwing shade at the news being owned by private interests. I don't like the guy, but may need to get some popcorn. Wait, didn't he just buy Twitter? That doesn't sound like I'm mad that people own the news. It sounds like I'm mad that someone else owns the news. So actually, Superstock has done everyone but themselves a huge favor by DRSing their shares. Uh, you could, you could say that. I'm mad that you're mad that I'm mad. I'm not mad. Pretty happy. I mean, I have made a obscene amount of money on this stock and will continue to do so. You streaming AMD earnings with Lisa? No, AMD earnings with Lisa Sue is my private time. Yeah, everyone wins, right? It's a beautiful scenario. Okay, but why do you want them to stop manipulating the stock? Because you don't like it being down sometimes? Every time I turn the fucking light off, it's just nothing but comments about the light. No, I'm fine. I'm just gonna get some of those like old people glasses. Like those post eye surgery glasses. Because it doesn't seem fair. I don't know. I know we're making money off its predictability, but I just hate gay bears. That's something you got to work out with yourself, man. You shouldn't hate anybody based on their choices or bearishness. Choice to be bearish. Is bearishness a choice? Yes. How do you feel about bi bears? Like, especially bipolar ones. Gaff was born bearish. I don't really care about bears or bulls. I just want to be making money. Now you look like a Happy Meal vampire. No, I don't know, Tigpack. Ask him. You see the cycle still playing out in a more liquid environment after the split. As long as people keep locking up shares, we'll stay volatile. Splits don't change liquidity unless people sell. You want to try to buy back in after the split? Dude, imagine if GameStop had been as cheap as AMC all along. What is it, Popcern? Psychologically speaking, yeah, splits aren't good for them. I agree. You recommend holding through a split? I mean, I probably will. Why would I get rid of all my sweet, sweet leverage? Splits are good for bulls. A split's like an IPO, right? So you know you're buying shares over here, right? For whatever the price is. Say it's 120. And then, you know, the stock splits, let's say 6 to 1. It's nice and divisible. Right? We're on the other side of this at $20 a share. You have 5 times more shares. Now all the people who want to buy it at $20 a share are going to drive the price up. Splits are the best. So if we go to, you know, $40 a share post split because of all these people buying in, that's $240 a share pre-split. 60, 80, 100. They leverage your position. Magnify? That's... Slow it down there, Einstein. I couldn't have made it any easier. I can sell relative... Here, I have... Let me explain to you the logic behind me probably or maybe never selling my GameStop shares. I can currently reduce my positional cost basis by $2 a week. That means in less than 6 months, 6 months, a little more than 6 months, I can reduce my like $67 cost basis to 0. Why would I sell free shares of GameStop that continue to make me money every week? This is why I don't think DFE ever would have sold. There's no reason to. And if we split, you know, 4 to 1, I can still reduce my positional cost basis by 50 cents a week and only sell half the number of covered calls. Yeah, you just sell covered calls. So what incentive is there for me to sell my shares? If I'm going to make money on it going up from options and money on it going down from selling options, why sell the underlying? It's just an asset at that point, right? Generating revenue. Because when you sell covered calls, it reduces your cost basis. So if you have, you know, 100 shares at $120 a share, and you sell a covered call on those 100 shares for $2 a share premium, after this covered call expires, if you still have your calls,
Your cost basis is now 118. That's how it works. That's not how you look at it. That's actually how it works. Most brokerages keep track of the math for you. Some don't, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, same for CSPs. Sort of. CSPs don't really reduce your positional cost basis because they are not the collateral for the position. So when you sell a covered call, the collateral for the call is your shares. When you sell a cash secured put, the collateral is your cash. So a CSP, you know, if you have $12,000 and you sell a CSP for $2 premium, you've leveraged $12,000 to make $200. This actually has really nothing to do with the underlying stock at all because it's cash secured. How do you defend yourself in a covered call situation when the price runs after hours due to a catalyst? You can buy a call, a shorter dated call in the money to protect your covered call. You can roll your covered call forward to a later date to move it outside of the price range and volatility that you're currently experiencing, or you can close it and buy it back for a loss. CSP can lower cost basis if you get assigned, yeah, because you're buying shares for cheaper. I mean, sure, yeah, if you're assigned on a CSP. I'm not yelling at anybody. Just excited about lowering cost bases. Well, fuck you, Mike Buys Leaps. Fine, I won't get excited about things anymore. Watching our mama fuck some shorts after hours, you know it. If you buy to close early for a net profit, are you still lowering your cost basis? Yeah. Where's Gamma minimum? You mean Vega? It's like down in like the 70s, I think. But I finished the water bottle yesterday. I filled it up in the morning and drank it all. Wait till tomorrow to sell CCs on AMD? You mean after the IV crush? I don't know. Do you think it's going to bounce? And if it runs, selling CCs is a terrible idea today. Alternatively, just don't play earnings. Or if you're going to sell CCs, sell them when the IV spikes and then close them before earnings. Sell them before the IV. Well, sell them when the IV spikes, when earnings is announced, and then close them out after. If you sell contracts out here, like further out for earnings, and then IV continues to increase into earnings, but the contract value is decaying because of theta, right? After earnings, when the IV drops off,
even if the price goes up, you're protected, right? Because the contract has lost so much value at that point. Would you say it's not worth selling a GME 140 weekly CC with only 112 shares? I mean, a GME 140 is $60. So it lowers the cost basis of your 100 of your 112 shares by 60 cents. Tax obligation, I mean, you're taxed on the call income. Yeah, alternatively, just don't play earnings. Ding ding. So, flat, right? I guess we're up 70.72%. So, we beat the SPY. I don't really know what else to say about today. I'd usually use this time to do a bit of a wrap up, but we just moved with the market slightly in excess of the market due to our moderately higher than usual FTDs. But yeah, I mean, a nice little bounce off of our low yesterday when we hit that 113, 112 resistance. So up a little bit. Well, up a lot from that, up $8 from our low yesterday, but still relatively flat for. Wait, where did the end of the day go? Why did it disappear like that? That was weird. Yeah, still relatively flat. I think moving towards Thursday, we have once we start to see that overlap of FTDs later into the week, if the market continues to climb, that will positively affect our price movement to a greater degree, possibly popping us back up above that 126.70 resistance that's so integral to the phase D realization. I think other than that, on track, probably a pretty flat week. Tomorrow is going to be super dead until the Fed announcement. I almost don't want to start the stream till 2 p.m. But we'll wait and see how that shakes out. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Have a lovely night. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Only 981 likes. Sad.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have.
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, alright? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.